Hello, Mr. Yola, are you there? Bright, can you hear me? Hello. Hello, can you hear me? Bright, Mr. Yola.
I can hear you, Priscilla. Okay, so what we need to do now is we need to share this link to everybody so that they can know that. Then no, Bright, confirm if you can share this to the YouTube. Have you done that? Hello, Bright. Bright to Brighty. Ah, I'm not
No.
calling your name. Oh yeah, now share this thing on YouTube now on YouTube. Let me see. Okay, beautiful. Okay, people on the YouTube can hear us. They can see us now.
Sorry. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Bright.
Okay, I think you were talking to me, but I could not hear you clearly. So I have to like join to my phone.
Okay, thank you. I can see you on YouTube now. Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Mr. Yola, are you typing something? Because I was about typing something. Let me send it to you now. I've sent it to you. I don't know if you just click on. Mr. Yola.
Yeah, please, I'm very sorry we had a technical issue with our Teams link, and we need to go click or create this particular Zoom link so that everybody can join, and we have our session this morning. So please give us like 10 minutes to be able to put everything in order. I want to assure you in 10 minutes by exactly 10:20, we are going to be starting today's session. Please, I'm very sorry we had to put you through all this stress. And I want to assure you it's going to be an awesome time as promised. Thank you very much. Please let me inform everybody on the group. Tell your friends, tell everyone that needs to join this morning that we are currently using the YouTube channel for this particular session today. So, but if they can't use the YouTube channel, they should just move straight to the Zoom link. They can join via the Zoom. So thank you very much. See you all in the next 10 minutes. Have a great morning ahead.
Thank you so much. Welcome.
Please, for people on the YouTube channel, please let me confirm if you can hear us clearly and you can see us. Please, if you're on the YouTube, please confirm you can hear us and you can see the Zoom link. Please confirm that. Thank you. Help us do that via the chat section so that we know we are also carrying you along. Thank you very much.
Na arua nyonge nyua
Ushakula profit already. Ulikuwa unakula ndo kitambo usingereka mvuli. Na mvumbukili. Uma.
Who is there?
Hello, we are here already. No, what will you put alone?
Destiny, back that door.
Hello, fellows. Good morning. We know the drill. If you join the link, mute yourself. We don't have to let them to come and be telling us if we are kids. You are supposed to mute yourself. You are in a market or in a car. You are disturbing the rest of us. Please mute yourself.
What my head said, even my glass.
Life hack.
Making progress. You can use this stuff.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining today's call. It's been very awesome having you on the call. I'm very sorry. We have to.
Yes, good morning, no. I just remember say I get bends with you.
Can you hear me?
Well, okay, I'll come later in the day, for maybe in the evening then. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for joining today's meeting. Before we start, let me just appreciate everybody on the YouTube channel. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm very sorry we had a technical glitch this morning with our teams, and we've not been able to resolve it, but we're very sure we'll be able to do that. Please help us put on the group quickly that people should kindly join via the YouTube, or they can join via Teams. Please help me do that. Do that for me. Do that for us. Do that for everybody, so that nobody will be missing out of this training today. Those people that have tried to join via Teams before, they can quickly come back to Teams. Please help us do that. Then I have few announcements I promised the other time. And number one is that we are going to be having a graduation at the end of this training. So the CEO of PSC will come up on this call on the 6th of April. The last session for this particular training would be on the 19th. That's the third Saturday in April. And we are going to be having an exam that day. Yeah, so all of us will be having an exam. We are going to be having an exam on the 19th of April. And I want to assure you, don't worry, it's not a hard exam. It's not something that you've not done. It's not something that you don't know. And I want to assure you that we are going to be providing you with a link to be able to go ahead with this exam. So please tell everyone, if you don't have access to your materials, if you don't have access to the videos, please ensure that you reach out to us so that we can make it available for you. Don't forget, this is just this is not an ordinary certificate. This particular certificate is a diploma certificate, so it's going to be recognized anywhere all over the world, and even in this institution. So please, I want to apologize. Time to join this call. So I'll still bring on more announcement as we go. I'll still bring in more announcement as we go. But between now and then, I would like to pick up the first speaker for today, and that's the person of consultant Godwin.
Honorable sir.
And
Honorable
people
sir.
from Ghana,
Sir.
people from Ghana, you have your people, one of your person coming on the call today again. You know, we've had one person from Ghana during the course of this training. So today we're having two people from Ghana that will be handling this particular session. So it's good to have Godwin on the call. Godwin, are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So please, you need to share your share your flight to confirm if you have access so we can start the training for this morning. Thank you very much for your time, everybody.
Me, please, can you help mute everybody so that the noise from the background can be controlled? Mute everyone, please.
Okay, we'll do that now.
I was so
John Paul and Shitu David, can you please mute yourself? John Paul and Shitu David. John Paul, we are expecting to meet your Kwanabiola Kende. Mute your mic, please. Thank you very much.
Okay, people on YouTube, please confirm you can hear us once again before we move on. If you're on YouTube, please confirm you can hear us, please. Okay, Godwin, please take over from me.
Hola. Thank you very much, Priscilla, and everybody in the PSC team. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you find yourself in the country or wherever you find yourself around the world. My name is Godwin Agbemenyan Jr. I'm a management system consultant from Ghana, and I'm with PSC, that is Panoramic Synergy Enterprise Limited. Kindly confirm if you can hear me, if everybody can hear me very well.
We can.
All right, thank you very much.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thanks for your patience and everything. I would like to thank the entire management of PSC for giving me this opportunity to come and share my little knowledge I have about CSA, that's cloud computing, with each and individual on this call. So I'm going to share my screen and start. I believe we've had a series of sessions, interesting ones, and we've learned a lot. So we are just going to continue from wherever we left off from the previous weeks, then we continue from there. So a minute, let me share my screen. Can you confirm if you can see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
All right, that's fine. So like I said earlier, we've had a series of sessions concerning Cloud Security Alliance already. And I believe we all have the knowledge and understanding of what cloud computing is. So I'd like to just ask briefly if anybody remembers what exactly Cloud Security Alliance means or what it is. Just one person or two people. You can unmute and speak. Just one person or two. Anybody. Wow.
Yeah, hello, good morning. My name is Steve from Ghana.
Sure.
My understanding of Cloud Security Alliance is like a framework by which organization must follow to protect their presence in the cloud, especially those using public cloud like AWS or Azure. The Cloud Alliance provide like a framework and give guidelines to those managers as to what to do at each stage to ensure security, integrity, and availability of their service or product.
That is brilliant. Thank you very much, Evander. Anybody else? Anybody. I believe we have a fair idea because we've had sessions. So anybody, just one person, then we continue quickly.
My name is Mose from Ghana.
Sure.
Basically, they give guidelines or the right way of putting systems in place so that they give standard. Yes, that's the right way to use. They give standard of operation and standard of doing the right thing. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Mose. Okay, so you said everything. So it's basically a framework that gives guidelines or gives us a knowledge on how to go about our movements or our monitoring and operations within the cloud environment. So it gives a secure way to operate within the cloud environment. So we have practices which we need to align ourselves with. So I believe in the previous weeks, we spoke about the architecture of it and also spoke about the auditing bit of it and the compliance bit of it and also the governance bit of it. So today I would like to talk about the other three domains that are within this framework. So the first domain I'm going to talk about is the organization management. The second one I'm going to talk about is the identity and access management. That is the IAM, sorry, and also security monitoring within the cloud environment. So let's delve deep into it and get a better clarification and understanding of what it really entails. All right. So the first domain we'll talk about today is the organization management. So we are going to talk about the overview of it, what it does, and the benefits it gives us when we are in the cloud environment. And also, we are going to talk about the key components that makes it up or makes it worth it, or how best we can align ourselves to the best practices within cloud security. And also, the key components include cloud security governance, cloud risk management, compliance, and legal considerations within the organization management of the cloud environment, and training and awareness, how best we can train and make ourselves aware of the dangers and the threats around us, both internally and externally. So let's move on to the next slide. I hope I'm audible and you can see my
This
screen
meeting
as
is
well.
being recorded.
Okay, I believe.
Yes, we can hear you.
Sure, thank you. Okay. So this is the overview of organization management. When we talk about organization management in cloud security or cloud environment, this domain mainly focuses on how organizations structure, manage, implement security controls within a cloud computing environment. So it's basically how best you can structure, you put your policies, your procedures in place to implement security controls within a cloud environment. So it clearly defines roles. Whoever is responsible for what within the cloud environment, it's clearly defined. The roles, the responsibilities of each and individuals These roles and responsibilities are mainly documented, and also they are put down very well, and also they are reviewed periodically. Yeah. Okay.
The recording has stopped. This meeting is being recorded.
Anu, kindly mute yourself, please.
Mute yourself. Anu, please, can you mute yourself? Anu?
Okay. All right. So let's move on to the key components that make up the organization management within the cloud security. So the first component we are going to talk about is Anu, please mute yourself for us. Okay. So the first key component we're going to talk about is the cloud security governance. So the cloud security governance ensures that cloud environment remains secure, compliant, and aligned with the business objectives. So whatever business objectives the organization is heading or wanting to achieve at the end of the year, month, or maybe weeks or whatever, this cloud security governance helps you achieve that and align you with the business objectives. So you don't go and do something. So this cloud security governance is very, very important. So how best can we put that into practice? That is where the critical aspect comes in. So the critical aspect, the first critical aspect we are going to look at is defining security policies and standards for cloud security.
Mute. You don't know mute.
Josh, please mute yourself for us. Anu, please do that for us as well.
I was muted. No, it's 10 naira.
So the critical aspects we are talking about, the first one is talking about defining security policies, standards for cloud security. So the security policies and standards that we are going to implement, that we are going to comply with, should be defined clearly. So how best do we define these security policies? So we can have security policies on access control. So how best and who is authorized to have access to what kind of resource that we have in the cloud environment should be defined clearly and also be documented. Another point beneath that is the data protection policy. So there should be a data protection policy guiding whatever you do within the cloud environment that should align with the best practice, the industry best practices as well. And also, you should have an incident response plan. So in case of any disruption within the cloud environment, you should have a backup plan, an incident response plan, and procedure on how best you can survive or recover quickly and on time so that you don't have any business missing or you don't get any losses or you don't incur any losses during your operations within the cloud environment. And also compliance standards. So we have the compliance standards that could be the ISO 27001, that is the ISMS. We also have this NIST framework, and we have the healthcare part as well. So whatever we do pertaining our business or our organization, whatever objectives that we have set for us, it should be complying and it should be aligning with the compliance standards that is either ISO 27001 or the NIST framework, or even in the health sector. It should be complying and aligning with it very, very well. Is there any question? Anybody wants any clarification on something? You can prompt me, then we go ahead with it. If not, then I continue. Is everything clear so far? I just need a response, one response. Okay, thank you. So we move on to the other critical aspects in cloud security governance. So that is establishing roles and responsibilities for cloud security teams. So whatever we do within the cloud environment, there are specific people who are assigned to specific tasks. So we need to establish that and state it clearly and train them and make them understand what exactly they are doing within the cloud environment. So we could have a cloud security architect. A cloud security architect is in charge of the design and the entire architecture of the cloud environment. So that role has clearly or will be clearly defined or be clearly established to the particular person or the team they find themselves in. We have security operations team that oversees whatever goes on within the cloud environment. And also we have a compliance officer that is an external body within the organization who oversees whatever operations that goes on both within the cloud security design and architecture, and also checking the operations and the monitoring as well. So these roles have to be clearly defined for each and individual within the cloud security team, which makes this also makes it makes them very accountable for their actions in any way they find themselves in the future or anywhere. All right, so we move on to the next key component within the organization management. That is cloud risk management. So risks, what exactly do you understand by risks? Anybody? Anybody who can give me a simple one line or two line explanation of risks, how they understand what risks is?
Godwin, I think people are sending their responses on the chat box, so I think you should check them.
Oh, okay. All right. Let me check the chat box. Okay. Risk is a possibility of threat happening, exposure to danger. Okay, that is fine. Risk is a tendency or possibility of an attack or a threat to happen. Perfect. That is perfect. So we all understand, I believe we all understand what risk is at this point. So let's move on quickly to what we mean by cloud risk management. A minute. I think I'm having issues with my screen. So, okay. Okay, so with risks, cloud risks, we are basically talking about the risks that is associated or that can possibly happen during your operations on the cloud environment. So how best can we go about it? The first thing we need to do is identify the type of risks that has happened. So identifying potential risks associated with cloud adoption or cloud operations. So some of the risks could be data risks, data security risks, compliance risks, operational risks, financial risks. So with the data risks, we are just talking about data breaches or possible threats of leaking informations or sensitive informations, both within the organization and also outside the organization you find yourself in. So when you are able to identify this kind of threat, it is very, very important. Another threat or another risk that you can identify is the compliance risk. So that is when you are not aligning your business goals or your business objectives or your business operations to the industry best practices. So that is a compliance risk. You are not complying to the industry best practices. And operational risk when there is a system downtime or maybe system failure. That is also an operational risk because the operations within the organization or within the cloud environment will be curtailed or will be tempered with. And also financial risks, we are just talking about how best you can weigh your options when you are getting a cloud service from a service provider, a cloud service provider, how best you can get it, whether you are getting the right purchase for your organization, or you're just buying anything because you feel like, oh, you need to get it done. So it avoids misuse of money and all that. So you can have a good environment to work within. And also we have risk assessment. So after you're done identifying the risks that can be associated with the cloud environment or the operations within your cloud environment, you need to assess the risks. So once risks are identified, they must be assessed to determine their potential impact and likelihood. What do you mean by this? It's just simple. We need to assess the potential impact or likelihood, potential of it happening again, or the impact of it. So how high it has impacted the organizationals or the cloud environment operations, and the likelihood of it happening again, whether it's going to occur again or not. So that's what is basically meaning when you're assessing the risks that you have identified. So we have processes of assessing the risks. We have the qualitative. So the qualitative method or a qualitative assessment method basically talks about you making it known whether it is a high risk, a low risk, or a medium risk. In some organizations or some cases, you can go as far as critical risks. That is extreme. But the basic ones are the high, low, or medium. Then we have the quantitative. That is when we use numerical values, quantitative, so numerical values to determine the impact and then the likelihood of it happening again. And also we have the risk metrics, when you come up with a methodology or maybe how best you can align the impact and the likelihood or map both of them together during your assessment of risks that you have identified earlier. Any questions so far on the risk identification and risk assessment? Or any clarification? So we move on to risk mitigation strategies. So strategies is just simply how best we can eliminate or reduce the risks that we have adopted or the risks that we have identified and assessed. So organizations can implement various mitigation strategies. So we have mitigation strategies or mitigation processes such as data encryption. So this is where we encrypt our data that we send within the organization or outside. So any sensitive information or sensitive data that we are going to send, we need to encrypt it. So we have an advanced encryption standard, which is a basic standard that helps encrypting data and sensitive information. And also we have the multi-factor authentication. This is where we combine a couple of authentication methods for us to get access to a particular process or a particular resource within the cloud environment. So we have, maybe you can have your password, your PIN, and you can add up a biometric or a face scan or a thumbprint, something. So this is multi-factor authentication. So we should also have regular security audits. So whatever we're doing, all the operations we are having within the cloud environment, there should be an audit. You can either have an internal audit and also an external audit just to check how well or how best you are complying with whatever solution or whatever control you have implemented during the risk assessment or risk identification. So these audits are very, very important. And also you should have backup and disaster recovery plans. So we should have a disaster recovery in case of any disruptions so that there wouldn't be a lot of downtime and there wouldn't be a lot of dormant situations where you need to revive or you need to get up and running. So you need to have these plans and these strategies down, documented, reviewed, maybe quarterly or maybe biannually, depending on the organization and how best you think it will help. But best fit could be maybe quarterly, since the risk adoption is very, 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 very important in cloud environments. So when we're done with all this identification, assessment, and coming up with strategies on how to work around our risks that we have identified, we need to develop a risk register. So developing a risk register is just you documenting whatever risks you have identified, the impact, the mitigation strategies you have put in place, and also assigning responsible parties to cater or take care of the risks you have identified. So the risk register could be, you could have an automated ones, or you could have the normal that most companies or most organizations use is the Excel. They use the Excel sheet or the worksheet to help them track all their risks that they have identified. So within that sheet or within that log or within that document, you need to have some particular areas that are very, very key. So that is the risk ID. So pertaining or with regards to whatever risks you have identified, maybe let's say risk A was identified on this date. So you need to come up with an ID, which is going to give a clear description or a clear identification of the risk that you have identified. So maybe A001, that is the risk, or R0001, that is the risk you have identified. So it is the unique identification for that particular risk that you've identified within that time period. Then description, you need to describe what the risk is, detailed description of it, for anybody who gets a hold of the document gets a better understanding of what exact risk was identified. Then the likelihood of it happening, whether you use the quantitative, the qualitative, whatever method you want to use, you identify the likelihood of it happening, the impact of it happening, or the impact of it when it happens, how best you can go about it and all that. And also you need to identify the risk owner. So maybe a risk like data breach, or maybe a risk, yes, let's use data breaches or getting sensitive information, leaking of sensitive information. You may say that is a risk associated to the IT team. So the risk owner over there will be the IT manager. And we also have a mitigation plan, a section we do, we need to know that we should align whatever we do with the regulatory compliance or the industry best practices. So we have some key objectives of IAM. We have secure authentication and authorization mechanisms. We also have prevent unauthorized access to the cloud environment or cloud resources, and enforce least privilege principles, and also monitor identity-related security risks. So we move on to the next one, which is still under the IAM. We're going to talk about the main part of it, which is the key component of it. So the first one I'm going to talk about is the authentication mechanisms. So authentication just verifies the user's identity before granting access to the cloud services. So to authenticate someone is simply to give the person access. is simply to give the person access to the cloud services or a cloud resource within the environment. So we have types of authentications, like the knowledge base, what you know. We also have possession base, what you have, inherence, what you have as well, and also the multi-factor authentication. So with the knowledge base, we have the password and PIN. So that is the basic one we normally use, the password and PIN. And also the possession base, we can add the smart card, the security token, the cheat code, and all those ones. That is the possession. Inherence, what you have on you. So it could be your biometrics. The biometrics could be your face recognition, fingerprint, and all of that. And also the multi-factor authentication. That is when you combine all the authentication factors. So combining password and PIN and add up maybe biometrics to it, that makes it multi-factor. So I believe we all understand what this is. And the best one to go with the cloud environment, I would prefer the multi-factor since it combines a lot of authentication factors. So when your PIN or your password is compromised, there is no way the person can get hold of your fingerprint or your facial recognition. So they can't gain access to a particular cloud service. So that should be the best one or should be the most appropriate one every organization or every cloud security team or member should incorporate in their organization. Another key component we're going to talk about is the authorization and access control. So authorization, that is you ensuring that authenticated users have the correct permissions to access the cloud resources. So whatever authorization you are giving, you need to authenticate it, that it is really what you are giving, it's really what you are giving, or the permission you are giving, is it a correct permission you are giving to a particular person within the cloud service or within the cloud environment. So that is what we mean by authorization within the cloud environment. So we have the access control models, which should be very, 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 very important, or which we should take note of. We have the role-based access control. So with the name, how the name goes, role-based. So whatever role you have or whatever responsibility you've been given, that should be the access you should be granted. So you can't be given a role as a design or an architect within the cloud environment and you'll be doing a compliance bit. No way. So whatever role you've been given, there should be access to that particular role. You should be granted access to that particular role, that's role alone. So it assigns permissions based on user roles. So admin, developer, auditor, specific. And those roles or those access controls should be documented so that it is organization are oriented or it is understood by each and individual and it's approved by the top management within the organization. And also policy-based access control. So this is where the documentation comes in most. So whatever role or whatever team member you have within the cloud security should be given a specific role and it should be documented or should be written down, reviewed, and be approved so that everybody knows exactly what they are doing. That is a clear thing for everyone. And also access control model based on just in time. So it grants temporary access only when needed, reducing standing privileges. So when needed, or when an individual or a team is needed to perform a particular task within the cloud environment or on a particular service on a cloud environment, you'll be given access to it. So whenever you're done or whenever you're done with it, or whenever the team is done with it, that access will be revoked immediately. That is the condition with it. It has to be revoked immediately. All right. So we move on to identity lifecycle management. So identity, that is basically talking about people, employees, stakeholders, vendors, contractors, whoever is within the cloud environment. So identity lifecycle management ensures that user identities are properly created, managed. They are properly created, managed, and deactivated as employees, vendors, and contractors join, change roles, or leave the organization. So it is both for new people and people who have also left the organization. So all those profiles that we have within the cloud environment should be properly created, managed, monitored, and deactivated when the person is no more within that cloud environment. Very, very, very important. So you can't have someone who has left the organization having access to some resources or some services within a cloud environment. That is no, 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 no. So you have to put these structures in place for you to be able to deactivate or offboard the person so that all the security informations are kept intact. Yeah, so we have stages of doing this identity lifecycle management. So we have the first stage, which is the normal, and then the most normal way of doing it, which could be the provisioning. That is creating new identities, that is onboarding new people, creating new identities and granting appropriate access, the correct access. So when you onboard new people onto your cloud environment or employ new people to have an operation within the cloud environment, you need to provision them. You need to creating new identities, new profiles, and giving them the exact roles and responsibilities they have to perform within the cloud environment. When you're done with that, you authenticate and authorize them. That is you ensuring that the users only do or only get what they need. You grant them the access to exact things that they need within the cloud environment. You don't give them full access to everything, no. So these stages are very, very important and should be adhered to. Like very, very well. We also have role and privilege management. So as time goes on, your role can be adjusted. So pertaining or with regards to what knowledge or wisdom you have about a particular service within the cloud environment, your role can be adjusted. That is when the just-in-time access control comes in. So your role can be adjusted and you'll be given access to a particular service to work on within the cloud environment. When it's done, it can be revoked. It should be revoked actually, but it depends on the type of work you are doing on it. When it needs extensive time, you'll be given that time. When you're done, it has to be revoked. Then there is another stage, which is the deprovisioning and offboarding. So this is when maybe you are done with a particular operation within the cloud environment, or someone leaves the organization, or you don't have a vendor that you're working with anymore. You need to deprovision the person and offboard the person. That is you basically removing access when employees leave or change roles. So that is not only for employees, it should be for vendors as well, because sometimes you can give access to your vendors and also your supplies to some part of your security environment just to monitor or check or give their comments or assess whatever is going on since you are working with them. So when you're done working with them or you're done with your contract you have with them, you need to offboard them. You need to have that documented as well and kept reviewed and be constantly monitoring how best it is. So all these accesses should be revoked or removed immediately the employee leaves or changes roles. So we move on to the other key component within the IAM, that is Identity and Access Management. So we have the Privilege Access Management, that is PAM. So we have access management, which is basically talking about some privileged accounts that you could have within the cloud environment. So privileged accounts like the administrators, big database admins, cloud engineers, those are the most critical ones, and they are very, 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 they are high targeted accounts by the attackers. So they have relevant access to critical systems, making them high risk targets for attackers. So since it is privileged and the attackers know that this is very, very critical, these systems are very, very critical, that particular account should be managed extensively and it should be managed very, very well within the cloud environment. So you don't just give access to anybody. You have to know who exactly you are giving the access to and what exactly the person is doing on it. Whenever the access is done, you revoke it. That makes it very, 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 very simple. So we have some key PAM components. We have section monitoring and recording, just-in-time access, credential vaulting, multi-factor authentication, privilege access analytics. So when we talk about section monitoring and recording, we are talking about keeping tracks of
This meeting is being recorded.
to people when it is needed, just in time. When it is done, working within the environment or within the cloud service, you just revoke the access. And credential vaulting. So whatever credentials you are using to log in into the privileged access should be stored within a privileged account credential securely. So we have tools like KeyPass that help us with this credential vaulting that keeps all our passwords, our pins, usernames that is securely safe. So with that, it helps us keep this component very, very, very up to speed. And also have multi-factor authentication where you enforce the MFA for all privileged access. That is you combining all the authentication mechanisms that you have. That is the username, password or PIN, and you can add biometrics. You can even add your card, your smart card, your tokens, and what have you. That is multi-factor. So when we implement this multi-factor, it helps secure the PAM accounts very, very, very well. And also privilege access analytics. This uses AI to detect suspicious admin activity. So this is basically talking about using AI to monitor and detect all activities within the privileged access management. So there are so many AI tools like QRadar, Sentinel, and all that. So in my next slides, I'm going to talk about all those tools so we get a better understanding of the tools that we need. So we move on to the other components within the IAM, which is the identity protection and monitoring. So basically, whatever thing we're doing or whoever is on the cloud environment, the person's identity should be protected and should be monitored. So cloud identity security must include continuous monitoring, threat detection to identify compromised accounts and insider threats. So the threat can't be just an insider. So whatever insider threats that we may come up with this control being implemented very, very well, we can fish that insider threat out and also all other compromised accounts within the cloud environment also can be detected. So we have some key identity protection measures. So we have the user behavior analytics. That's the UBA. We have the user behavior analytics. That's the UBA. You have the identity threat detection and response, zero trust security model, identity federation, and single sign-on. So with the user behavior analytics, that is when we detect unusual logins, locations, IPs, and access patterns. So there are tools which will help you do that. We're going to get into that. So for now, let's get the understanding. So user behavior analytics. So whatever movement that goes on within the cloud environment should be monitored. It should be detected, and any unusual logins or IPs or access points or any traffic that goes on within the cloud environment should be detected and be questioned if it needs questioning. Also, we have identity threats and response. So you use AI to prevent identity-based attacks. So whatever threats that can happen to the cloud environment, you should be able to identify. You have tools that help us do that. So we have the IDS and IPS, that's intrusion detection and intrusion preventions. So we have tools that will help you cater for that particular identity related threats. And also have zero trust security model. And that is when we are not giving anybody any benefit at all. So requires continuous verification before granting access. So whoever you're giving access, you need to verify whoever you're giving the access, what exactly they are doing. You are not giving anybody the benefit of any doubt. You're just giving them what is needed or what access or what process they can work on within the cloud environment. When they're done or when they are still on for a while, you let them be. We also have identity federation and single sign-on. So single sign-on is basically talking about wherever or where exactly you have your sign-on within the cloud environment. So when you're having a remote work or remote access, it should be permissible. That's when the organization gives you a VPN to gain access to whatever is going on. So you have to monitor that as well. But the safe one and the best one you can do is have a single sign-on. So this reduces attack surface by centralizing authentication. So your authentication you are given is centralized within a particular building or within a particular geographical area. That is when you can be able to monitor, detect, and come up with a quick response in terms of any breaches or any attacks that may come on your cloud environment or your cloud operations. So we come to the third domain, that is a security monitoring. Any questions so far or any suggestion or any clarification you need me to address, kindly let me know. Are we all good? I need responses before I continue.
Yes, go on.
Yes,
Go on.
we are on.
Okay, that is fine. That is fine. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we move on to the security monitoring. So basically, we are going to talk about the overview of it, what it entails, and key components and key structures within the security monitoring. That is the cloud monitoring tools and services. Like I said earlier, we're going to go in depth with the tools that we can use for a lot of monitoring and detection within the cloud environment, and also have log management and analytics, and also have threat detection and incident response. And also we have the continuous monitoring and compliance. So when we talk about security monitoring, it involves continuous collection, analysis, and response to security events across the cloud environment. So it should be a continuous thing. That's the key point. Not just monitoring and collecting data or collecting responses for 1 time or 2 weeks or something. No, a continuous thing. So since we are working on the environment all the time, like within the cloud environment, every single time. So the collection and the analysis and the response should be a continuous thing as well. So this helps the organization detect any anomalies, any breaches, and prevent or respond to any security incidents in real time. That is the underlying word over there, in real time. So as the operations are ongoing, whatever threats, whatever breaches that may occur, or any anomalies that can be detected, when you implement this domain or this control very, very well, this security monitoring very, very well, you are able to respond, and also you are able to prevent some security incidents in real time. So as the operations are ongoing, you are able to detect, respond quickly, then everything runs smoothly for you. So we have key objectives of cloud security monitoring. So what is the objectives of all this we are talking about? We're basically wanting to know, or we are able to detect unauthorized access and insider threats, identify malware, phishing, and data exfiltration attempts. Also, monitor misconfiguration. So whatever configurations that we have within the cloud environment, whether it's a hardware configuration, network configuration, software configuration, we need to monitor it very, very well. You should have a particular baseline for all your configurations that you do within the cloud environment. So when you are doing that configuration, it should be aligning to the compliance bit or industry best practices as well. So you don't just do any configuration within the cloud environment and just leave it as it is. No. Any misconfiguration can lead to a lot of damage within the cloud environment. So it should be done properly, and it should be aligning with the industry best practices. So when you falter with anything, any kind of misconfigurations, you can find yourself wanting, and it is a very, 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 very serious thing. Also, you need to automate incident response with AI-driven security tools. So we'll delve into that. AI has come to help us, so we need to make good use of it. So with that, it's able to automate a lot of incident responses for you to make your work simple and also very, very, very efficient. And also another thing is to meet industry regulations like the ISO 27001 NIST framework, data protection, and also the health sector as well. So what are the key structures or the key components within this security monitoring? That's what we are going to delve into next. So cloud security monitoring tools and services. Yes, like I said earlier, we are going to look into some of these tools, and we are going to get a fair idea of what exactly the tools do. So organizations rely on various monitoring tools and services for detection, analysis, and response to ensure robust cloud security. So whatever we're talking about, if we don't implement any tool within, we are going to find ourselves wanting. So whatever monitoring we want to undertake, there are tools for it. So we go on with the first type of cloud security monitoring tool, that is a cloud native security. So this is basically talking about the entire overview, the entire structure of the cloud environment. So we have tools like the AWS Security Hub, Azure Security Center, and Google Chronicle, among others. We have a lot, but this is what I picked. So these tools help us monitor the entire infrastructure, the entirety of the cloud environment. Whatever goes on, all the day-to-day activities, any anomalies will be detected. And also we have another tool, which is the security information and event management. This is specific to incidents and events. So when you implement these tools or when you have these solutions in place within your cloud environment, so we have it like the Splunk, we have the IBM QRadar and Microsoft Sentinel. So when you have this in place, it's able to detect, it's able to identify, and it's also sometimes prevents any security incidents or security events. So with that tool, with these tools, your security information and all the events that goes on is being managed effectively and efficiently. And also we have cloud workload protection platforms. So whatever traffic that goes on or whatever activities that goes on, any sign on and anything that is done within the cloud environment, these tools will help us identify them and detect or monitor them extensively. So we have the Prisma Cloud, we have the Trend Micro, we have the Makavi Envision. These are the tools that are very efficient for this kind of work or for this kind of monitoring within the cloud environment. And also we have endpoint devices and responses. So basically talking about our devices we use to access the cloud environment. It could be our laptops, our mobile phones, if you are permitted, our desktops and what have you. So there should be an EDR, XDR monitoring tool being installed on all of them, properly configured on all the devices that we use to access this security environment or the cloud security environment. So we have tools like the CrowdStrike Falcon, Microsoft Defender, Sentinel-1 as well. So these tools take care of this particular security monitoring event. And also we have threat intelligence and behavioral analytics. So threat intelligence, that is basically talking about how best we understand what threat is and giving ourselves up for any form of risk or threat that may affect or attack our cloud environment. So we have tools like the Dark Retrace, Cisco Umbrella, Palo Alto, Cortex XDR, which helps us with this threat intelligence and behavioral analytics. And we also have data loss prevention. So whatever data that we are transferring within the cloud environment, whether sensitive data or any form of data or information at all, it is possible we can lose it. So for us to prevent that or for us to prevent any leakage or any loss of data, we need to implement some tools which will help us. Everything we are doing, we need to implement tools. So we have a tool like ForcePoint, Symantec DLP, that's data leak prevention or data loss prevention, and Digital Guardian. So these tools help us to take care of data leakage within the cloud environment. We move on to the next component of security monitoring. So we have the log management and analytics. So basically, whatever we are doing, we need to log everything down. We need to analyze whatever movement, whatever monitoring we are having, or whatever thing we are doing within the cloud environment. So cloud environments generate vast amounts of logs that provide insight into security incidents and access patterns and potential vulnerabilities. So whatever monitoring we are having, the main purpose of it is just to detect or come up with possible security incidents or even access points or access patterns that can be compromised, and also potential vulnerabilities or gaps that are within the cloud environment. So all this monitoring is not just for anything. We need to know what exactly we are monitoring. So we have to be up and running in case of all this. So when you have a log management system or log management system and analytics in place, we are able to generate these logs and provide us with good insight and good understanding of whatever is going on within the cloud environment. So we have key log sources and cloud security for cloud security, like the cloud infrastructure logs, which is basically talking about the infrastructure as a whole, the entire cloud infrastructure as a whole. So we have tools like AWS CloudTrail, which helps us get these informations and these logs, which will give us good insight. And also we have the Azure activity logs as well. We also have the GCP audit logs as well. These are all tools that needs to be purchased for us to have an effective log management system within our cloud environment. And also we have application and API logs. So our applications we use within the cloud environment and our application programming interfaces that we also use within the cloud environment, any integrations we do within the cloud environment, we should have tools to be monitoring and be bringing us the logs and be managing whatever we do within the applications and then the interfaces. So we have the web server logs, API gateway logs. So this gives us a fair idea of whatever is happening within the web and then within the applications we use. We also have identity and access. We also have identity and access management logs. So we have systems we have tools which helps us get these identity and access management logs, monitor whoever has logged into what exactly the person is doing at what time, when the person signed off, signed in, the date, and all this, and any possible threats that can be open for any attackers outside and inside of the cloud environment. So we have tools like the Okta, Azure AD, AWS IAM to help us with this management. And also we have network and firewall logs. So our networks that are connected within the cloud environment should also be monitored. And we should also have logs of all the network environments and all the network dealings that we have within the cloud environment. So we have security group logs, VPN logs, IDS and IPS logs, which are going to help us get insight of whatever that is going on within the network and firewall environment. Also threat intelligence feeds, so external indicators and malware signatures. So basically getting us have insight or understanding of what possible threats can happen within the cloud environment. So this tool helps us. This also helps us get this clear indication of whatever goes on. Yeah. So we move on to the next key component of security monitoring within a cloud environment, which is threat detection and incident response. So we need to take note of the threats and how best we can respond to it. After all the detection, all the monitoring, all the logging and everything, we need to take note of the threats very, very, very well. So we are going to dive deep into it and get a clearer understanding and a clearer perspective of what exactly we have to do when these threats are being determined. So we have threat detection involves identifying suspicious activities, compromised credentials, malware attacks, and advanced persistent threats. So you're basically talking about you identifying any suspicious activity. So whenever you identify them, how best you can go about it, that is what we are going to talk about. So we are going to talk about key threat detection techniques. So techniques that is going to help us, or ways or strategies that is going to help us detect these threats very, very well so that we don't find ourselves wanting. So we have anomaly detection. That is an AI-driven behavioral analysis. So AI is going to help us get this anomaly detection up and running. So whatever anomalies that is going on within the cloud environment, with AI involved, we are going to get a clearer understanding and a faster response to whatever we need. And also we have intrusion detection and prevention. So IDPS and whatever. So we have tools like Snort or Suricata to help us with this intrusion detection and prevention. Also, we have endpoint detection and response. So this has to do with our devices. So it identifies any compromised devices up and speed, like real time, like very, 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 very quickly, right? So all our devices that we have connected on the cloud environment can be compromised. Nothing can be left. So when we have this EDR on it, it's going to give us a fair idea of whatever device that has been compromised. So when it's compromised, we have a better incident response, which is either isolating the device or taking good care of it in a way that it wouldn't be on the network for it to give out informations or give out any sensitive information or data to any attacker. We also have threat intelligence and correlation. So when you understand what exactly threat is and what possible threats can or possible risks can occur within our cloud environment, we need to correlate it. So we need to match the logs against the known attack pattern. So whatever threats or whatever risks we have identified, or whatever threat we have identified or detected within the organization or within the cloud environment, we need to match it to the attack pattern. So wherever it comes from, we need to match it, map it, so that we know exactly where it is coming from and how best we can respond to it. So the best way to respond to patterns like that is having an incident response plan that is basically knowing exactly what to do pertaining or with regards to the specific threats you have. Yeah. And also cloud forensics, you conduct an extensive investigation on the compromised assets or the compromised accounts for you to get a better understanding of whatever that is going on within the cloud environment. Then we move on to the final bit of this whole session, which is the continuous monitoring and compliance. So whatever we are doing, we need to have it in the back of our head that we need to monitor it continuously, and we should be complying to some best practices. So this security monitoring we've been talking about, IAM, whatever, and also the governance and the organization bit of it. All the rules that we've spelled out extensively, we need to understand, we need to monitor, we need to audit and enforce security policies to meet regulation standards. So we have some key compliance frameworks like the ISO 27001 that I mentioned earlier, the NIST framework that is basically talking about cybersecurity in details, and also have the GDPR or CCPA, which is just the data protection, which every country has their own regulations and how best they want it to be done. And also have the HPPA, which is in terms of the health sector. And also we have the PCI DSS, which is basically talking about card payment industry, how best they can align their regulations and then their operations to this industry best practice. So that brings me to the end of my section today. I'm up for any questions. So before we get to the questions and answers bit, this is my key takeaway. So whatever I have said so far, what I have picked up from it is this. So ensuring comprehensive cloud security requires adherence to the best practice across the organization management, IAM, and security monitoring. So we need to adhere to the key best practices. So the organization best practices to be adhered to extensively for us to get or for us to achieve this organization management we are talking about, the IAM, which is the identity and access management we are talking about, and also security monitoring. So I want everybody, before we get to the questions and answers bit, I want everybody to just drop their key takeaways in the chat box first before we take the people who love to talk about theirs as well. So the chat box people first, the chat, you should drop your key takeaways quickly. So we have some 3 to 4 minutes to do that quickly.
And let me also add to this. Those on YouTube, please. I know you can hear us. You can drop your key takeaways in the chat box. I'll be reading it out to the consultant so that you can know that you are following it. So,
All right. Thank you very much, Priscilla. Okay, let's keep it coming. Then we all read it together. Then we know what exactly we have gotten so far. Okay, so let me just read some ones quickly. So we have Kunle. Kunle says, so basically when we set up the cloud server and put in place all the security models and firewalls, the style of action is to monitor the logs, access control management, and stay in the loop. Perfect. Thank you very much, Kunle. Also, we have Lady Tamara says, security is a conscious process and should be monitored regularly. Thank you very much. We also have Charles to monitor the logs and access control. Thank you very much, Charles. Robert says that there are tools that can help security researchers better protect their systems. Perfect. The tools are very, 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 very important. Thank you, Robert. We also have Donald. Okay, so he says identity lifecycle management ensures user identity are properly created and managed. Provisioning, create new identities, blah. Okay, thank you, Donald. We also have Oluwayemi. Okay, he says, cloud security is very essential in preventing and mitigating risks. It helps in the overall management of the organization. Thank you very much, Olua. I also have Stephen Tayo. He says, my key takeaway is CSA entails organization identity access management. Thank you, Stephen. Femi says, authorization and access control is very, very important to ensure authenticated users have correct access to resources. Thank you very much, Femi. Toyin says continuous monitoring is very, 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 very essential. Thank you, Toyin. Kunle, I also learned that cloud security is also the customer's responsibility. Perfect. We can't just set up cloud server and expect providers to provide all the security for us. Yes, it is true they monitor from their own side, but we must also monitor from our own side. Super perfect. Because we have staffs that uses the services and could be the weakest point of contact. Thank you very much, Kunle. That is very, very, very informative. Thank you. Be security conscious. Top bless. Be security conscious when granting access to any staff. Thank you. Security. Security can never be too much. Okay, thank you. Omoyeni says, sincerely, security is just very, very essential. Thank you all. Thank you, Dorita. Thank you, Oyademi. Thank you, Kufre. Thank you all. I'm very, 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 very excited. So, to the people who would like to speak, not send a text, you can unmute one at a time, please. Then we have our key takeaways and we close the curtains for today. So, who goes first?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Prince. Good morning, Mr. Prince.
My name is Prince Ajavon. I want to thank
the organizers, the faculty, and the selection of instructors. Today's English is there. The explanation is straightforward. The articulation is good. And there's knowledge aspect about this instructor. Everybody kept quiet and we are as if he's hold us a spellbound. Thank you very much, bro. Either you are from Ghana or you are from Britain. Thank you.
I'm from Ghana, please. Thank you very much, Mr. Praise. Thank you very much. Anybody else? Two people, then we done. Okay. All right. Go ahead, Kunle. Your hand is up. Yeah, I can hear you. Boss.
Cloud providers like AWS provides that we must have. And I've forgotten the name of the document. Please, can you remind me? I just wanted to jot it down.
Come again. You said cloud providers should have a document.
Yeah. There's a let's say, for instance, I need a cloud service. For instance, you said there's a document I must sign with my cloud provider.
Yes. You should have SLA, service level agreement, and a non-disclosure agreement, NDA. SLA and NDA.
SLA and NDA. Thank you.
You are welcome. Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you so much, Godwin.
Thank you, Priscilla.
I don't know if anyone has more questions. Please, if you have more questions, please kindly raise up your hands and talk about them now before I take the YouTube session questions, or before I take questions from YouTube. But I don't know if you're able to treat out the whole questions on the chat box, Godwin.
Let me cross check.
Okay, you know what? Let me just make it easier for you. I think I'll just put them out for you so that you would know how to start it. So, but right about now, we are currently on our break and we'll be going for 15 to 20 minutes break. But usually for OG members of the of the training session, we know that during our break is when we answer questions from participants. So right now we are on that particular session. So if in case you want to go on your break to stretch out your legs, drink some water, eat some biscuits, or just try and do one or two things around you, you can go ahead with that now before we call up the consultant who will take us on the practical session, which will be roughly around 12:20 Nigerian time, or 12:10 Nigerian time. So yeah, let's just do that. So let me just go right into the questions. So let me pick from YouTube. Someone said that that is Anisan Mwende. I hope I'm correct. She said it is advisable to use she's saying that it is advisable to use AI monitoring tools in cloud security because they are authentic and automatic. In case other systems fail you have a backup. So I think she's just trying to
give a suggestion.
Comment. Do you have anything you want to say as regarding that? That's what she just said.
Oh no, she said everything. So it is very, very important because AI it has come to help us. So we need to make good use of it. Although it is not 100%, but it is the safest and the best way we can go about our monitoring in this our new age.
Yeah, I totally agree with you on that. Somebody said this person said that's Oye Demi Olu Yemisi. Now this is on Zoom platform. Now I'm picking the comment on Zoom platform. The person said security can never be too much. Mr. Godwin, we know. Me and you both know.
Exactly. It's very, 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 it can never be too much.
Yeah, yeah. Kufre Udo said that security monitoring is not just about external threats, but also their internal threats, which could be from careless or carefree employees and temporary workers and customers giving access to company data. So, would you like to say anything?
Oh, that is fine.
Mm.
That is fine. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Someone miss that's Dr. Uwokori. Sorry, Miss Alabi Anuluapo, we can see your beautiful face. Of course, thank you very much, ma. So Dr. Uwokori says that cloud security without tools is like shooting with a gun that have no bullets.
Exactly. So the tools are here to help us
Yeah.
and make our work seamless and very, very easy for us. So the tools are very, 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 very important. And getting the right tools for what exactly you need is also very, very, very important. That's why I specify. So with security incidents, security events, infrastructure management, and all those things, we have tools specific for that. So that is also very, very important. Thank you.
Yeah. Somebody says that's Kunle Aregbesola said I didn't see Mr. Hafiz today. Hey, Mr. Hafiz, Mr. Hafiz is unfortunately busy right now. So yeah, but we'll be seeing him hopefully by next class. I will send your regards to him. And please help us. Sister Anu, help us mute your mic. Please, thank you. So somebody said, is cloud, that's David, he said, is cloud computing the same with cybersecurity? And is it possible to choose one of them as a career? Mr. Godwin, did you get
Yeah, cloud security the same as cyber security. So cyber security is the umbrella and cloud security is underneath. So cyber security is the broader one and cloud security is within cyber security. So they all work hand in hand, but the broader picture is a cyber security and the cloud security is underneath. And choosing the career path, you can either choose both of them. Regarding it's dependent on you and wherever you find your strength in the most. Whether you are good with the cloud security very well or the entirety, which is cyber security, which involves cloud security, information security, detection, and all those stuff. So it's dependent on your strength, but basically, cybersecurity is a broader one. Thank you.
Yeah, hello. So it's like saying, sorry, please, can you kindly please hold on so we can finish with this. So it's like saying you want to drink water. You need something to use to take water to your mouth. So they work hand in hand. So and if you want to power your fan or your electricity, or you want to use your system and there's no power in your system, you have to charge your system to electricity before you can be able to use it. So they work hand in hand.
Yeah.
So yeah, someone said attendance link, please all attendance. If people if I catch you, people would not what's the name of that thing? They would run. Let me tell you what it is. Let me report people to Mr. Godwin. Godwin, these people would not join the class. They will not be looking for attendance link up and down. That's why I usually delay to send the attendance link.
Okay.
Now imagine now. Attendance link has been posted. Please, you can kindly scroll up the chat. You can check it, and I will post it again shortly or very soon. Pilot said I have a question. Okay, so Pilot, you can go ahead to mute your mic.
Hello.
Okay, hi.
Can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah.
Priscilla, thank you so very much for this impactful and also insightful session that you have given us on this platform. Really appreciate your efforts and everyone. Sorry, I have a question. Can you please confirm you can hear me, please?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Pilot.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Goodman. Yeah, see, I have this question. When you are treating this IAM, identity and access management, I think I'm correct, yeah?
Yeah, you're correct.
Yeah. When you are treating When the question is this, when you are given an employment in a particular organization, and we are given this IAM of a thing, the practice of IAM, is it the company that is going to give us how to use the tools? Is there an app that will guide us on how to set up customers or an employee role based or whatever? So, are we going to have the knowledge before being employed, or when we get to the employment, they're going to give us the tools to they're going to train us on that? So, how does it work? How does it go? So, that is my question. I don't know if I'm
All
making
right, you're
sense.
making a lot of sense. So the basic understanding you need to know is you can't be given access to where you are not given. So before the access will be granted to you, there will be specification. You'll be taught very well. So whether you have an idea or you don't have an idea, whatever organization you find yourself in, they are going to give you access to whatever role you've been given. So there are tools which are going to help you as well. So the organization takes it on and makes it clear to you that these are your roles, maybe specified in your JD or your job description. Then you are given access to that particular resource or that particular service within the cloud environment. So yes, it's the organization's responsibility, not your responsibility. Yours is to just avail yourself to be taught and learn. I hope I'm clear. Am I muted or something? Oh.
No,
you are not.
Okay.
I can hear you
All
clearly.
right. So did you get it?
Yeah, hello, yes. Thank you, Mr. Gumi. Well, yeah.
Okay, thank you too.
But what my question is employment or after you have been employed in a particular company. That's when
Mr. Pilot,
You're not too clear.
the question.
I think your network is preventing you from speaking for clearly.
Oh, can you hear me now, sir? Can you hear me now, sir?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello? Okay, sorry to disturb you again. So the question is, I just want to be clear on that particular aspect. Is it, it's going to be after your employment in that company, or in that organization, that are going to assign you a particular role, and they are going to give you your access to whatever they needed you to have the access to. But my question is this: that access, setting up the access, are we to know that before we come in to the company, or the company is going to train us or on how to make use of the tool to operate on the IAM? I don't know if you get the question.
Yes, I get it. So yes, the organization is responsible for training you. So I believe in my slides, I think the organization management, there was a bit that was talking about training and awareness, and there is user training. So user, what exactly are you going to use? So are you going to use this IAM tool to do whatever you have to do on the network or within the cloud environment? You have to be trained. So it is the organization's responsibility to train you. They are going to have training sections. Maybe they can outsource a trainer to come extensively explain what you have to do, what are the do's and don'ts of using the tool and all that. So yes, it is the organization's responsibility. And after the training, there is also continuous learning. That is when I mentioned that after you have been trained and all that, you need to also learn. You are in an environment, you've been taught something. So you need to have insight of what exactly you are doing. So you have to learn and personally build yourself for you to not find yourself wanting in situations. So after you have been trained, you need to continuously learn. The organization does that bit as well. You can also do that as well. I hope I'm clear.
Yes, you are making sense there.
All
Very
right.
much. Thanks so very much.
You're welcome. Okay, so Kunle says something in the chat. He says, does local hosting providers sign the SLA and NDA? Yes, they do. So whether it is local or whatever, they have to sign.
Okay, so and Evans said that what is the function of solar winds and logarithm or logarithm? Sorry.
I don't remember mentioning any of that. So
Okay.
I believe he has it.
I think I understand what he's trying to say.
All
For
right.
solar wind is like a monitoring tool that
Okay.
most organizations use. I don't know if Evans can hear. Is a monitoring tool that most organizations use to monitor activities that are being done majority of the times on the cloud. So and logarithm is more or less like what you use to take or you use it for what's it called? What's the name of this? What's the name of this thing? Event management. Yes, use it to manage events that happens within the organization. You can also read it up online or you check YouTube for these things. Majority of all these, our answers to our questions are found online. Thank God AI, ChatGPT has made everything easy for us. So yes, from my own 2 cents, that's what it is.
Exactly.
Someone said,
Okay.
Evans also said, what are the incident response process in
In
cybersecurity?
cybersecurity. So incident response. So basically, you want to address a threat or something that is basic. So you need to prepare yourself first. So you need to prepare yourself. That is when you develop the incident response team. So you should have a team who are going to take care of the incident response or the threat that you have identified. So during the preparation phase, you should have a team. You should also create policies and all those procedures to help the team achieve whatever goal they are trying to get. And you should put in some tools as well that can help you achieve this. You should conduct training as well. Yeah. So with that, that is the preparation phase. So you move on to, after that process, you move on to the next process, which is the identification. You can identify, that is you detecting and declaring the incident as a higher risk, low risk, or whatever. Then you have the containment stage. So you can either accept it, you either share it, or if best, you have a mitigation plan to go about it. You have it also there. Then you can also use the eradication when you try to implement some tools to help you prevent it, not just detect, but prevent it. So there are tools which will help you with that. And then a recovery, which you can have your incident recovery plan down. So in case of any downtime or anything, you have your backup, and any service failure or anything else, you can have your backup and you're good to go. Your operations are back on. I believe that should be clear enough.
Thank you so much, Godwin. Going back
Welcome.
to YouTube, Nosh Ngash. He says or she says that which cloud security is better to learn and improve from, like where you can learn from and also get to better yourself from. He says since there are many, and the person highlighted the various types that we have AWS, Azure, Cisco, and he also says that is it or sorry, he said, or is there a standard course to study?
Yes, so there are courses that you can take up. So we have organization bodies which give certifications and all that. We have the you can get it on PCB. They have the security, cloud security certification over there. I don't know if I'm audible enough. So we have a lot of training bodies. Even our own SNBP can also
We
get.
can't hear you. You are breaking up. Sorry, sir.
Oh, sorry. I said we
No,
have.
no, no, no. I think it's his network because I can hear you perfectly well.
I can hear you perfectly. I don't know, probably.
I think
You clearly, Mr. Godwin, I can hear you clearly.
thank you, Mr. Stephen. So I think you can go ahead, please. Godwin.
Okay. So, like I was saying,
tutapata sahi wataweka ikiwa mara mbili. Ukipata B, ukipata B.
sorry. So as I was saying, we have certification bodies which can help you get this certification. So when you log on to a certification body like PECB, so when you log on and you search cloud security and cloud computing, you can get your certification over there. But those are paid ones. We also have SNBP and a whole lot. So when you go online and you search, we have good ones. And the person who was asking about which particular cloud environment is the best, whether AWS or Azure and all that, it depends on your organization and what exactly they can afford and what kind of subscription they can get at that point. AWS, Azure, or whatever is best. It's good. So whatever goals or objectives you have and what you can afford, that is what you will go for. So I'm not going to pick anyone and leave the other. They are both good. Every cloud service provider is best. It depends on your organization and what you want. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Godwin. Somebody also said that's Toluwala share on our banjos. It says that which course is advisable to start with in transitioning into the cyberspace. I think the previous question answers this. So I think that has been. Or would you like to say one or two things again, Godwin?
No, that's the exact thing I said, that the certification bodies online that you can get cloud security certificates from. That is all.
Okay. Yeah, on YouTube, they are saying they can't see the attendance. Please check. YouTube is even easy. The attendance link is always pinned to the chat. So you would see it. If you log in now, you will see the attendance link there. So on YouTube, the attendance link is there. Please kindly check the chat box. It's pinned to the chat, or you scroll back up because there are not much conversations being held on YouTube. So it's easy for you to go back to it. So I think that is all for as regarding the questions that people have been asking. So I think so right about now, I don't know if our consultant Elizabeth is on the call. Elizabeth, please can you confirm? Oh, sorry, please. Thank you so much, Godwin, for your time. Thank you so much. God bless you. And I believe that everybody can testify to the fact that they've been able to learn so many things from you. I myself, I was just able to grab one or two things. And then everybody has been saying thank you so much, consultant Godwin. Even on YouTube, they are thanking you. They say thank you. So
all right, thank you too.
Yeah,
and thank everyone.
Yeah. So right about now, in the next 3 minutes, that's 12:15 Nigerian time. Ghana time, I think that should be 11:15. We'll be having our consultant Elizabeth on the call, who will be taking us through the practical session, and will be teaching us, or will be taking us through the platform that consultant Godwin spoke about. She will be taking us through that particular platform so we can see how the environment is like. So consultant Elizabeth, can you please confirm if you can hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you also hear me?
Okay, yes, I can hear you loud and
All right.
clear. So, and I think it's a bonus, all the consultant that's been taking us the practical section has been male. So today we have a female, which is I think we deserve a round of applause. Just kidding. So yeah.
Gender balance.
Yes, gender balance. No, what do they call it? What's that word that we usually use? I think we should also have singing competition because Mr. Oluwashino or Mrs. Oluwashino likes singing. People have been singing a lot here. So I think we should have singing competition or karaoke session one of these days.
I'm so sorry.
Show their talent. No, it's fine. So yes. Elizabeth, over to you now. So I think I'll just have you. Yeah, somebody said gender equality. Thank you for reminding me. Gender equality. Thank you very much. So yeah, Elizabeth, the floor is yours now. Over to you now. Thank you.
Thank you to Priscilla. Good morning from my side. Good afternoon to my fellow Nigerians. My name is Elizabeth Lamte. I'm from Ghana, and I'm also working with Panoramic Synergy Enterprise as a management system consultant.
Sorry, Elizabeth.
Yeah.
Sorry to cut you short. We don't only have Nigerians here before they come for us and say we are not recognizing Kenya.
Okay.
And they are all over the world.
Okay. So welcome everyone from all over the world. You are welcome to this session. And as I stated, my name is Elizabeth Lamte. I'm from Ghana, and I'm a management systems consultant with Panoramic Synergy. Before we dive into this section, I would like to place in a link for us to click on, and then we can be able to have access to or sign in into the Azure platform. So please, I'm coming. Kindly give me a moment. I'll share the link so that everyone can have access. In order for us to have access, we would need a valid phone number. You will need a debit or credit card, and also you need a Microsoft account. Don't worry if you don't have a Microsoft account, you can create one. And also, if you think maybe the debit card or the credit card would be deducted, this is a free trial section, so that deduction would not take over until after 30 days. And the good news is you get a free $200 subscription as well. So I'm placing the link into the group. I've already signed into mine. So kindly share with me if you have access to the link and if you have been able to open that portal now. Anyone?
Hello, Elizabeth, please, kindly share the link, please. Thank you.
It's in the chat right now, so you can click on it.
Okay, as you go, we're going to click on or
No, okay, so once that interface comes, kindly give me a moment. I'll just show you or take you through how you can be able to have access. So I believe that everyone has clicked on.
Consultant Elizabeth, the link has opened.
Okay.
So
So
there are
one,
two options. Try as well for free, then pay as you go.
and please, can you come again?
The link you sent has opened.
Okay.
There are two options. Try as well for free or pay as you go.
Yes. So we'll click on try Azure for free. I hope everyone can view my screen. Hello?
We can see it. We can see your screen.
Okay, sure.
You can see your screen.
All right. So it will take you, or you'll be sent into an interface like this. If you do not have a Microsoft account, you can sign in, or you can, I already have a Microsoft account, so I just need to input my password. So those of us that have the Microsoft account, we can just log in and then type in our password. But if you don't have a Microsoft account, you can sign up for and then update from there. So once everyone has done, like, we can proceed from there.
Sorry, Elizabeth. I think somebody muted. Please help us mute your mic. Please. Pilot and Tony, please. Thank you very much. You can go ahead, please.
All right. So once everyone is done, you can just unmute your mic and then share with me if you are done. Then we can proceed from there because I want everyone to be on the same page. All right, I'll let you know if we have we have an update, if you have been able to create the Microsoft account or we have been able to sign in into the account. Hello. Hello, can anyone hear me?
Yes. Yes, please.
Can hear you.
We can hear you. From my own end here, I'm still trying to create the account. Almost done.
And please, can you come again? You are unable to create it or you are...
Creating it. I'm creating almost done.
Sure.
Bola Dale, I posted the link already. You can check. Please check the message. Oh, sorry. Sorry. The link is there, please. You can check again, please. The link has been posted again. Okay, she's saying, are we picking pay as you go?
No, the free version.
Okay.
Pay as you go means that you will be debited from your card, but try Azure for free would give you a free trial for 30 days. So that is the difference. Pay as you go also means that once you use the Azure resources, you will be charged from your account. So we always have to use try Azure for free. That would give us that free trial period for 30 days.
Please take us from this page again, going forward.
Okay, so with mine, I can't really have access because I already have access through here, but I would give a manual way of you accessing the account. So wherever you have gotten to, if you have been able to create that Microsoft account, you would then have to verify your identification. That is, you have to add your phone number and your debit or credit card. But do not worry, your debit or credit card won't be charged.
So Oluwaseun said that is unable to identify his phone number or phone number.
So you don't have to add your country code to the phone number. It has a section where you can select your country. So once you select your country, it then takes that country code. So all your numbers that you have. If it's 090080, if it's 020, 024, you use that complete numbers because it accepts just 10 digits. So once that is done, you can select your country and the Azure picks up your country code, and then that is all. Any progress, or we are still on it?
Elizabeth, I don't know if it's possible you look through the chat box. Some people are
sure.
raising their concerns there.
Okay, I'm coming. Someone is saying they are unable to log in. And please, I would like to know what the issue is.
I think what is asking, sorry, in my own case, I have repeated, I think everything, the country code, like you rightly said, once you log in Nigeria, it will pop up Nigeria by default.
Yes.
Then the detail account we have with Microsoft 365, or as the case may be, it will populate my detail and everything. That place for phone number, I imputed my phone number. Then it's asking for call or text. So I selected the option of text, but the text is not forthcoming.
Okay. So please kindly wait for a bit. It would pop up.
Okay.
Yes.
I had a Microsoft account that is with my institution, and he rejected it.
Okay. Is
Then
it?
I entered a Gmail account that is personal, and it's just running.
Okay, so with email.
Elizabeth.
Yes.
Yeah, the challenge I'm having, I've reached where to input my address, but there was a response that we couldn't validate your address. Please
All right.
ensure the address you have entered is correct.
Okay, so with that, it's an optional one. You can choose to add your postal code or not. In my case, I didn't add any postal code.
So when I did ask postal code, he said I have to ask. There was a red mark that I must input my postal code.
Okay. So I wouldn't know. In Ghana, our postal code is 00233, but I wouldn't know what the postal code for Nigeria is. So if maybe you might try Googling it to check, because I only know of Ghana's own, that is 00233, and not
Nigeria.
Yes. Yes, please.
Depends on which city the person is. So they can Google for their address and search for the postal code
Okay.
for their location.
Okay.
One zero one 112 112
Any progress? I would like to know if you're able to create their profile, or we still have challenges and we can relate them, and I'll try as much as possible to help with what I know.
Stop at the Gmail I entered. Network very slow. Moving further.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Lady Tamira. You can go
Please,
ahead.
I'm having issues with the card the verification. My card, I've used 2 different cards and it keeps putting a red mark that I should check the details in all fields are correct or try a different card. This is the second card I'm putting, so I don't know what could be the issue.
Okay, so
Hello.
yes, please.
I think I have that challenge before, if I can answer that.
Okay.
Oh, that'll be
Just
nice.
verify your address, because I had to use the second card. If you have not changed the address of your card, it might give you problem. Your address that you registered that account with must be correct.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. The
I think that would
address
help.
I'm registering with should be the same
That
address in the card.
the address that you registered that card with, for
Yes, should
example,
be
you might
should,
it should be the same thing as the card. Yeah.
okay. The address I'm putting in the Microsoft
No, I
what's it
mean, I
called now?
mean, I mean, you said when you use different card and it's telling you
The
the
same
details
thing.
are not correct. Now, if your date's correct and your expiring date also is correct and your code, whatever, your address that you used to open that card, I mean, your house address must be correct. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It happens to me till I use the second card.
Okay, let's say your house address you used to register the account should be the same with the address in the card.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay, I get you now. Thank you. Let me change
Yeah.
it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Please, I have a question.
Okay, please go ahead.
Please, I want to confirm because though I didn't know we were going to do this, so I've left home. I don't have my card here. So is the information I filled earlier, is it saved? Because where I am now, I'm at the spot of the filling the card. I'm even from what I heard earlier now that it's like the address on the card must be the same with the one you are filling. So it's like I may not be able to move forward from here. But what I want to go even find out is, since I didn't come with my card where I am now, if I want to come back later to continue, will I be able to do that? I don't know.
Okay, so where are you doing it from? Is it from your laptop or your mobile phone?
On my mobile phone, but I'm not on my card.
Okay, so I believe that if you get home, you can learn here. When you get home, you can accessing the account from scratch, because
Okay, I'll start all over again.
yes.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe the earlier information I filled will be saved. I will just continue from there.
No.
Okay, no problem. So I will. Okay, maybe I'll just follow the lesson. Then maybe when I get back, I can. So meaning that, are we confirming that the card, the address on the card, has to be the same with what you fill online? Is that what we are saying? So that I will just get to know. I'll just have to use the one on the card.
Okay, so you see when you're about to your card, it has your home address. You have to fill the complete one as stated on the card, because
Okay.
once your free trial is over and it wants to debit your card, it would need all these details. So if you give a wrong info, it wouldn't try to debit or take money out of that card. And you
Okay.
and even
Okay.
proceed. If you don't use the right address, it wouldn't take it because your card details has to match what maybe Visa also has, or maybe MasterCard also has.
Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. So, but quickly, though maybe you are from Ghana, from here in Nigeria, I don't know how there's a relationship within the card address with maybe probably when we're filling the account or registering the account with the address we put there, but not necessarily on the card. So anyway, maybe that I'll have to sort that out myself. No problem. Thanks.
So let me just add something to this. So those of us that are probably not in a space whereby they can be able to, put into practice what she's actually saying right now. As long as you fill the attendance link, the this class session and the materials will be shared with you. So on your own, after the class session, at your own convenience, and you can go back to listen to it and then go through the same process again. So we don't have to cut our short. We have a time frame that we have to achieve today. So I think we should just allow the consultant do our thing. So those of us that are able to follow her will follow her. But the materials and the links, especially this training session, will be shared with everyone. And we can go back to YouTube to listen to it too. So yeah, I think that's fine. Elizabeth, you can go ahead.
All right. So I would like to know if everyone or anyone has been able to have access to the Azure account, if you have been able to sign up.
Yes, I have been able to sign up.
Okay, so if I get 10 people, for us not to waste time, if I get 10 people, proceed with today's class. Is that fine?
Okay, but I want to ask a question, just a quick one. So what I saw on that platform, on the interface is navigating the Azure portal and your free account, 20 minutes. I saw the one starting your project, 30 minutes, price and management, 20. So I don't know the one to start with, or should I wait for you?
Okay, so once you have that, anything that you wish to do, it's just stating that since you're like a new user, it would maybe you want to start a project. It would I don't know how to put it, but you can click on any of them and start with anything. But you can just over to the home page and will take you. You see something like this, like my interface.
Oh, okay, all right, that's fine. Thank you.
Anyone else who has been able to have access to the Azure, once we have either 5 or 10 people, for us not to waste time, would continue so that once this class has been sent into our emails, we can rewatch and then follow from there or proceed from there. So if only Lady Tamara, I believe, has been able to, she will be the first person. I need extra 4 people to join, and then we can start.
It's Omo that spoke, not Tamara.
Oh, sorry, Omo. Sorry for that mix.
That's
all right.
That's fine.
Okay. So I need 4 extra people, and then we can proceed. Anybody else? Or should we proceed?
The challenge we're having is this card detail. You understand? Like where I am, I don't have my card. Even though I've been able to get to that particular point, but I can't proceed because I don't have card.
Okay, anyone else? Because I want many of us to partake in the demo section. So even if I get like 5 people who have been able to create their account, we can proceed from there. So anybody else apart from Lady Omo?
Okay. Give me like a minute. Let me try to do the registration.
Okay. Mr. Charles said that he's unable to log in. Can you share with me what the concerns are or where you are finding it difficult to log in from? Someone also says they are not receiving the verification code. And Microsoft is supposed to send it to you. If you selected the SMS, they are supposed to send you a verification code. I don't know why that is not happening, but maybe you can also change the options to maybe call to see whether you would be able to have access. Or maybe they will call you with a verification code. Someone says, I already have an account, so we have 2 people now. Okay, so when it's 11:45 Ghanaian time and 12:45 Nigerian time, we would stop here and then continue with our slides. And I believe that once we are done with the slides and we are about to get into the demo, by that time, most of us would be able to log in into the account. Someone also said they can't have access to both text and call. It's not working. Please, if you have a different number, try recreating or try signing up into the account again to see if that would work. Okay, Roberta says, I'm at the address line. Are you having any challenge or that is where you have gotten to? Once it is 11:45 Ghanaian time and 12:45 Nigerian time, we'll start with the slides so that we can get ample time to be able to sign in into the account. Once I'm done with that slide, we'll then proceed over to the Azure again and then do a bit of a few demos. Hello, please, did you say something? Hello, Moses. Okay. Okay, so someone is asking what address is needed at this time. So your own address, where you live, is what is needed. All right, so Donald says, I already have an account already. I'm in the dashboard. That's great. All right, so time is up. We'll proceed into the slides. So we would give ourselves some ample time to be able to log in into the account. Those of us that are still on it, we can still have that time to be able to log in into Azure. Those of us that do not currently have access to the account, feel free to go to our YouTube channel to relearn and have a record of this video, and then once you get home, you can be able to create your free Azure account. So let us proceed from here. Thank you. So I would like to know if everyone can see my screen. All right. Thank you so much. So today's class is Azure's identity and governance. I believe that last we had a class concerning Azure. So I'll take this opportunity to ask a few people for them to share with me what they learned. That would also serve as a recap for those of us that weren't there last week. So a few people can share whatever they learned from that class. I'll just give maybe 5 to 7 minutes for audience or for my students or for my class to be able to share with me what they learned during last week's class. Thank you. So please, you can unmute and then speak. Anyone? Anyone at all? Am I audible or hello? Hello?
Elizabeth,
Yeah.
you're audible.
audible.
You're audible.
Yes, I wanted to know if anyone can share with me what they learned during last week's class. Anything at all. Anything at all. It will serve as a recap for all of us. So anyone at all.
We learned how resources in the Azure platform.
Okay. Please,
Yes, how to choose the resources, their attributes.
Okay. Okay. So I would like to ask a question. So when we say Azure, what do we mean by that? Can someone give me a basic meaning or definition to the meaning of Azure or what they believe Azure is? Anyone?
It's a platform where you can buy online resources.
Okay, so for us not to have a conflict of voices, I would like us to raise our hands and then we can just talk one after the other so that we won't interrupt someone when someone else is speaking. So if you raise up your hands, then we can know who raised up his or her hands, then that person can speak. Then after the other can speak. Is that fine? All right. So I heard is or what you think Azure is. All right. So I think I have something in the chat.
Yeah, I just wanted to say it's a cloud platform by Microsoft
Okay.
that offers services such as virtual machines, database, AI, analytics, and so
All
on.
right. Thank you so much, Omo, for that answer. Another person.
Azure, to me, Azure is one of the cloud service provider that provides some services like storage, servers, and also create a platform that we access uh, data and thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, pilots. So all of you are right. Azure is a cloud computing service. It gives resources over the internet. So if you want to use their platform or you want to use the resources over the internet, you just log in as we did initially, and then you either choose pay as you go or you have that free trial period and you'll be able to use some of their resources over the internet. So you can create virtual machines as you rightly stated. You can deploy databases. There are a whole lot of services that the Azure platform offers. So our topic for today is Azure's identity and governance. And our objectives. Our objective is to understand Azure's identity and governance, to know what Entra ID is, RBAC is, and Azure policy. 3, to know what a risky sign-in is and what a risky user is, or who a risky user is. So we know that cyber threats are becoming more common. Threats like phishing, and phishing here means that someone would trick users into giving out their login. They create fake websites and they create fake systems, and they trick people into giving in their user details. So we also have DOS, that is denial of services. Denial of services here means that attackers flout the system to make sure that to slow down the system so they can be sending more traffic into the Azure platform to make sure that the Azure platform would be slow and users wouldn't be able to gain access or do any work into it. There is another cyber attack called insider threats. That is, maybe a company has purchased the Azure, right? And they are using it. And someone harm the company. That person would try to be looking for loopholes and then try to maybe download bulk data from the company and misuse it, sell it to hackers, data hackers, and then make sure that the company is down. So cyber attacks are becoming more common, and businesses need to protect their online systems to avoid losing money, damaging their reputation, or breaking the law. As Microsoft Azure provides powerful security features to keep companies' data, apps, and systems safe from hackers and cyber threats. Just as how in our houses we have fences, we have locks, we have security men, we have animals to protect us against unauthorized access. Our cyber or our digital world also needs to be safe from unauthorized access and to prevent people from stealing our data. And we are stating that Azure has a built-in security tool that helps businesses spot and stop threats before they cause harm. They also use smart technology, that is AI, threat intelligence, and strict security rules, that is zero trust. The zero trust means that any device that wants to come or any person that wants to log into the Azure portal need to verify themselves. They use these strict security rules to make sure that only the right people can access important information from the Azure portal. So on our right side, we have a picture, right, that shows the cloud security. We have something called threat protection. We have something called cloud security. We have something called information protection. We have discover and respond, which means that once you discover that someone wants to access the portal, you can respond by putting in measures to make sure that that wouldn't happen. We have compliance management. We spoke about that. My colleague spoke about that initially, like the ISO 27001, the NIST framework. We have insider risk management for the insider threat. So once you find out that someone wants to cause damage to your business from your company, you put in measures to make sure that that doesn't happen. We have information governance and we have identity and access management. So today's own, we are about to speak about identity and governance. So what do we mean by identity? Identity is proving who someone is, right? Like showing your ID card. So how can you show your or prove yourself? Identity is all about who you are in the digital world. Just as you have a username and password for your email, Azure uses identity to control access. So my username and password would be different from maybe almost username and password, from Presley's username and password. And this is to control access. These identities can belong to people like employees or even application. Then we have what is governance. Governance means setting the rules for what people can do once they have been identified. So once you have access to the Azure portal, there are certain rules that will prevent you from accessing or doing stuff on the Azure if you have not been given that right. And it states that it's about rules and policies to keep things secure and organized. For example, you might have a rule that says only the finance team can access financial data and all data must be encrypted. So governance ensures that these rules are followed, keeping your cloud environment secure and compliant. So if you are not from the finance team, you wouldn't be able to access that financial data. And without you, with the data being encrypted, if you don't have the description or decryption key, you wouldn't be able to decrypt what that data is referring to. So it says, without strong identity and governance, your cloud resources are vulnerable to unauthorized access and misuse. Identity and governance are crucial for controlling who can use these Azure services and how they can use them. So we are saying identity and governance. Why do they matter? One, they prevent unauthorized access to sensitive data. Without proper identity management, a hacker could pretend to be an employee and
Hello, consultant Abigail. Please, can you come over the previous section, please?
Okay, sure. The
Please come
governance.
over again.
Okay.
To the screen, yes.
Okay. So governance here is setting rules for what people can do once they have been identified. So once you have access into the Azure portal, it doesn't end there, right? The owners or the admins set rules to state that, okay, if you are in the finance department, these are the resources, these are what you can do in the Azure platform or portal. If you are maybe in the apps development section, this is what you can do. This is what you can have access to due to insider threats. So there are policies set to guide people on what they can do once they have been able to be admitted into the Azure portal. Do you understand it, Mr. Steven?
Yes, thank you.
All right. So why do identity and governance matter? Like I stated, it prevents unauthorized access to sensitive data. If you have not been admitted to that Azure or you have not been added as a user, you can't be able to have access to that company's Azure portal. So it states, without proper identity management, a hacker could pretend to be an employee and steal data. Once that hacker have your details, he has your username, he has your password, they can just go into the Azure and steal data. That is why that identity and governance matter. Two, it states they ensure the right people have the right access at the right time. Imagine if your company had access to everything, or everyone in your company has access to everything. It would be chaotic. So these governance tools, they help streamline access and reduce risks. Assuming that someone from the apps development team have access to financial data in your company's Azure platform, they can use it. They can just steal that sensitive data and do whatever they want with it. But with governance, it ensures that only the right people have access to that information at that same time. So my Azure portal, if I'm from the apps development, could be different from maybe Lady Omo's Azure portal if she is from maybe finance. That is what we are basically referring to over here. It also helps you follow laws and regulation like GDPR, which states that GDPR requires that personal data is protected. And Azure's identity and governance ensures this. Because if there are no rules, right, in this platform or in the Azure platform, and people's data are being stolen, people can sue you, your reputation will be damaged, like how we stated in the first slide. And people wouldn't want to do business with you because they know that once their data gets into your platform, a hacker will steal it once and for all. So people wouldn't like to do business with you. Your reputation will be damaged, and people can sue you because of GDPR. So we come to another aspect of the Azure, which is called the resource group. What do we mean by resource group? Right. Before we even start with the resource group, there's something called a resource, right? A resource in Azure means that it's something you can create or work with in the cloud. So the virtual machine is a resource, the database is a resource, storage account is a resource, right? So when you group all this resource for a common purpose, it's called a resource group. So assuming that you want to build an app, you would need a server. You need database. You need a server. You need a database. You need a storage. If you place all this into one group, or you place all these pieces in one place, that is called a resource group. So from the picture here, you see that we have the database here. We also have the virtual machines as well. So this is a resource group. This is a resource group. This is a resource group. Let us proceed from there. In Azure's identity and governance, we have something called Microsoft Entra ID. And this was formerly known as the Azure Active Directory. And it's a cloud-based system for managing identities and access to Azure. So we can also say that it's the virtual security guard and gatekeeper. So once you want to log into the Azure portal, this is where the verification happens. So it does what? It verifies identities. Is this person really who they claim they are? If you are not who you claim you are, it wouldn't give you access. And also controls access to what? Apps, files, and services, which I've given an example. Should this user be allowed into the payroll system? So even if you have been able to have access into the Azure portal, it limits you to what you can have access to and not. Is there any question, or I can proceed?
Please proceed. Please proceed. We are with you.
Okay. So, and it states that it adds security layers, like requiring a phone notification or fingerprint scan to stop unauthorized access. So this doesn't only verify identity, it also has a security feature that would allow you to add a phone notification or fingerprint scan. So even if a hacker thinks they have stolen your identity or they have stolen your details, this Entra ID adds another security feature that will limit their access into your Azure portal. So we have core concept of the Entra ID, and it says users and accounts. So when we say a user account, what do we mean? A unique digital representation of a person or application that needs access to Azure resource. It has a username and a password. So you can think of it as your personal login to access your Azure resources. So your username and your password, you can then proceed to say that is your user account. So it says that Entra ID allows you to create, manage, and control this user account. So if you are an owner in Azure means that you have access to entirety of the Azure, all the resources, you have access to that. And an Entra ID would allow that owner to be able to create a user, manage that user, and control what that user uses once on the Azure account. Then we have what you can do with what you can do in the Entra ID. You can set policies, password policies. You can state that, oh, I want my company's password policies to be 16. So anyone that does not have that characters will not be allowed in. you can state that we want it to have maybe numerical and alphabeticals. We want it to have special characters. You can do all this in the Entra ID account. We are proceeding with the core concept of Entra ID again, and we have authentication and authorization. What do we mean by authentication? That is the process of verifying someone's identity. That is how Entra ID confirms you are who you say you are. So if you don't have that username, you don't have that password, definitely Entra ID will not give you access into the Azure portal. Then we have authentication common methods. How can we authenticate ourselves? By using password. And it says password is a secret code known only to the user. And we also have multi-factor authentication. That is adding an extra layer of security, like a code sent into your phone or fingerprint verification. Successful authentication grants you access to the resources you are authorized to use. So one aspect of the Entra ID is the multi-factor authentication. So you wouldn't need to just authenticate with your username and password. You can have fingerprint verification, you can have facial recognition, you can have OTP. OTP means that a code that is sent through SMS. Once you key in that SMS into the Azure, it gives you that, or it opens up where you need to work from. Then we have what is called authorization, which states that once you have been authenticated, authorization determines what you are allowed to do. Entra ID uses permissions and roles to define what actions users and groups can perform on Azure resources. So it wouldn't only allow you into the Azure portal, it will also limit what you will be able to do on that platform based on the policies that has been written, the roles that has been assigned to the individual in the Azure portal. So we stated roles, right? So one would ask, okay, how then will I be able to be assigned role? So there is something called the Azure Role-Based Access Control, and it helps you manage who has access to Azure resources and what they can do with those resources. It has assigned roles to users like admin or reader to control what they can do. For example, an admin can create and delete resources, whilst a reader can only view them. So we have what comprises of that RBAC. You have roles, so collection of permissions. So once you see a reader, you know that the reader can only view whatever the owner or the admin wants that reader to view. Contributor means that they can create and manage certain types of Azure resources. So they can deploy, they can create virtual machines, but they wouldn't be able to manage them or be able to manage access to them. Then we have owners. Owners have full access to manage all resources, including the Azure control. So they can control whoever wants to be added into the Azure portal. They can control your authorization, what you can do. But a contributor can also do this, but they can't manage access to that. Readers can view existing Azure resources but cannot make changes. So once there is a report that has been done on the Azure, the reader can only read the report. You can't edit or make changes to whatever has been done on that platform. And we have the virtual machine contributor, can manage virtual machines, but not the virtual network or storage account they are connected to. Is there any question? Is there any question?
No.
Okay.
Elizabeth, no question for now. Thank you.
Okay. So we stated governance. One key component of the governance is conditional access. which is a way to enforce security policies based on specific conditions. So assuming that my company has the Azure portal and has limited our access to just our company's network. Once you move away from that network, it will demand certain things from you before allowing you into the network. That is part of that security feature, or is part of the security feature that Azure what gives. But for that conditional access to be let me say be real or be effective, we as the individual or we working in the company have to put in certain policies to make sure that, okay, if you are beyond Ghana or if you are beyond Nigeria, you wouldn't be able to have access to our Azure portal without doing certain things. And it doesn't only limit it to your location. It can be your device status. It can be that your device even have a malware. It has a virus. It wouldn't allow you into the Azure portal. So when we say conditional access, it's a way to enforce security policies based on specific conditions like user location, device status, or risk level before granting access to your organizational resource. So on the picture here, we have the employee and partner users and roles. So you have been assigned roles, right? We have the condition, trusted and compliant devices, which states that all employees, right? And if your device doesn't have any malware, and also it takes the condition of location. And it puts limits. So it states that if you are you, the human being, or you, the employee, you are using a trusted and compliant device, but you are far away from the company's network, you either be allowed to have access to the Azure portal or be blocked, or you even have limited access. It will be based on what the owner wants to do, right? Or you'll be required to do an MFA. MFA here means multi-factor authentication. So you either do the facial recognition, or you do the thumbprint, or you be sent an OTP, or you have to do a false password reset. So all this is called a conditional access. So let's take an example. If a user tries to access the payroll app from outside the office network, force them to verify with MFA. If you're on a personal phone, block access completely. So this can be a conditional access, right? It can be a conditional policy set on the Azure that states that anyone that wants to access that app from outside the office network, allow them do MFA. Or if they are on personal phones, block them. And because Azure has this AI and threat monitoring, it checks all this to make sure that you are using the trusted and compliant device. Your location is not far. Hello, Mostly. All right. So it checks that you are not far from the office network. Two, by a compliant and trusted. It checks all. So if you are given the MFA and you pass through before you be given access to the Azure portal, but if you are unable to authenticate yourself using the MFA, definitely know that you wouldn't have access to the Azure portal. So I have also stated another policy, which states that a policy to require MFA and compliant devices, and this can be managed by Microsoft Intune for security, for finance apps. Sorry. So it states that if the finance team, they want to access these cloud apps, that is Dynamic 365 Finance, and they are in all location, excluding corporate IPs, that is the company's network, then grant access, but require them to do multi-factor authentication. But also limit their access to download of sensitive data. So you can grant them access, but they wouldn't be able to download any sensitive data from the finance app. So this whole area can be used as a conditional access or can be used as a policy to restrict what you can do in that instance. So this would wouldn't allow your data to be stolen. You can have access to that app, but you can't download that sensitive data. All right, so we are proceeding. We have spoken about policy. What does that mean? Azure policy helps enforce organizational standard and assesses compliance at scale. Think of it as setting rules for how Azure resources should be configured and deployed. So I've given an example of you setting policies. You can set a policy to prevent the creation of virtual machine in certain regions. Maybe you want the virtual machine to be created only in Africa. You have limited it just to Africa, so that people from Russia, people that wouldn't have access to creation of virtual machines in their regions. Also, we can ensure that all our database are encrypted. So without people with decryption keys, they can't be able to have access to our databases so easily. And also we can set policies to require the use of specific type of storage account. Then we move on to multi-factor authentication. What does that mean? It's a security mechanism that enforces 2 or more independent authentication factors to verify a user's identity. So the factors can come from so many, but I have limited it to 3. We have knowledge factor, something that the user knows. So it can be your password, it can be your PIN. Your username and password can also be a multi-factor, right? Because you might be the only one who know your username and also your password or your PIN as well. We have something called possession factor, something that the user has. So it can be OTP, it can be your mobile device, it can be your hardware token. And we have something called inherence factor, something that the user is. So it can be biometrics, like your fingerprint, facial recognition. How then do we authenticate? We can authenticate through the Microsoft Authenticator app, which supports OTP. The OTP will be sent through your SMS or your email, and you can be able to send that OTP into the Azure portal and then authenticate yourself. It can be through SMS. They will send you a one-time code through SMS. Has a time limit. So once the time is off, you can proceed to ask for another code. Then we have voice call. You see, when we're trying to sign in, it states that how do you want to be called or do you want to be sent an SMS? That is all part of multi-factor authentication. We have the FIDO2 security keys. So we have the UB key. The UB key is like a USB device, which you can authenticate using the Microsoft Authenticator. And once you insert it into your laptop, it would create an automatic authentication on the Azure platform. So the UB key is just a small USB device, but helps in doing authentication. So we'll move on, right? After all this is done, how then do Azure make sure that we are checking that unauthorized people are not being allowed in? How do they do that? We have something called risky users and risky signing. And they are features of the Azure Identity Protection, a tool that uses machine learning and threat intelligence to detect identity-based risk in your Entra ID environment. So what does the risky user mean? A risky user is an account flag that potentially compromised due to suspicious activities or indicators of compromise. So if the person is outside Ghana or outside Nigeria and trying to log in, but Azure would then look at the login patterns. How is that person? Is that person's IP from a malware-linked IP, or is you are doing an unfamiliar sign? You are logging in from a new device. You are logging in from a new location. You are logging in from a new app. It would send that. It would flag that into the risky user portal. So I took a picture of how the risky user looks like, and I would like to share that with all of us. Okay, before that, I would like to share that picture before we go to how we can remediate. So I took out the names. This is a real picture, is a live picture taken from an Azure account. I took out the names due to privacy and data protection reasons. But here would be where the names are and the type of risk that is, and when it was last updated. So we would get to know what at risk means, remediated means, and dismissed means. So we see at risk. At risk means that the user account has been flagged as potentially compromised based on the sign-in patterns or suspicious activities. So once the threat intelligence feature then sees that this you're signing in is very suspicious, it would just flag you as a risky user. We saw something as dismissed in that risk state, and it shows that an admin has reviewed the user and marked them safe. So we check in here, we can see that on top of it, it has confirm users compromised, confirm users safe, dismiss users risk. This is all where we can use to change the state of the risk here. So if the admin checks and realizes that no, this person is not a hacker, and it was due to certain stuff, that is why they are signing in, or they are being flagged as a risky user, just click that person's name and click on confirm user safe. That will change the state of that person from at risk, either remediated or dismissed. And if you feel that this person has been compromised, you can just block the user temporarily, or even reset, or even send them a reset password for them to be able to reset their passwords. So that is what the risk state here means. So at risk means that it can be that this person's has either been compromised, they have hacked his account, or some suspicious activity is going on. So you have to check. If that person is a risky user, just block it. If it's not, you can confirm the user is safe, or you can dismiss the user's risk. Does anyone have any question or anything they want to say?
No, please.
Okay. So it states that dismiss means that an admin has reviewed the users and marked them as safe. Remediated, the risk has been mitigated through a user action. So when you see that remediated, it means that something happened, but the admin made sure that that person did a password reset, or they even authenticated themselves using the MFA. And confirmed compromise means that the admin has verified that the account has been compromised, which means that it would block that person's access into the Azure portal. All right, so we move to what a risky sign-in is. A risky sign-in is a specific authentication attempt flagged as suspicious, even if the user account itself isn't yet deemed compromised. So the triggers can be from an online anonymizing service. So you are using an IP that we can't even view. The risky sign-in will just flag you as a risky sign-in, or you are using a sign-in from an IP link to known attacks, or you are even signing in from a device infected with malware. Like I stated initially, because of the threat intelligence monitoring and also the AI, it makes sure that it checks even your device that you are using to log in. So if your device has a malware, it will flag you as a risky sign-in and wouldn't allow you access into the Azure portal. Or you are even signing in from a region that that user hasn't been accessed before. Maybe you left to London and you want to access the Azure portal. Since you haven't logged in from there before, or you didn't even give the admin an information, oh, I'm traveling to London, I would like to access my Azure from there, it would just flag you as a risky sign-in. So that is the difference. The difference between the risky sign-in and the risky user is, risky user is like somebody has hacked your account and that person is doing some suspicious activity, or just flag it into the risky user. And a risky sign-in is you trying to sign in. Once the threat monitoring tool realizes that there's something suspicious with this sign-in, it will just flag you as a risky sign-in. All right, so I have a pictorial view of that as well here. Is stating the date that happened, the user's name. Like the first one, I had to clear out or blur out the users because this is a live picture. So I had to blur out the names due to GDPR, and also the IP address from where it is coming from, and the location, and also the risk date. Here too, we have at risk, which means that here the sign-in is flagged as risky, but the user has not yet been challenged or remediated. Dismissed here means an admin has reviewed the sign-in and marked it as safe or irrelevant. Just like how we spoke about on the first risky users definition, it applies the same way to the risky sign-in. The remediated says that that person has successfully passed the MFA challenge, password reset, or another security check, resolving the risk. Compromise, confirm compromise. The admin realized that this sign-in was unauthorized, or the person's login details has been hacked. So how then can we remediate? You can ask that person to reset the password, right? Through that person's email. Force sign out to log the user out of all sections to stop the attacker from accessing anything. And also you can also ask the person to do a multi-factor authentication. With the risky sign-in, you can also require the person to do an MFA. And if you feel this login is suspicious, you can block the person's access until you investigate. So if you do the investigation and you realize that this person's the login is legitimate, then you can unblock that person and allow access. So this brings us to the end of our class for today. That is our slides. We'll get into the Azure portal. But before we do that, I'd like us to share what we learned from this with me. And also, if you have any question that you need clarification on, you can just either the chat or you can voice it out, and I'll be glad to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam, for the elaborate and very precise. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, please, you are audible.
So it means on the Azure platform, I can use the Azure governance to state a policy that bring your own device into my company. I can specify the device type, the makeup, and then any other features that the person can use in case the person travel to China or this thing. He can log in, but he need to declare that particular device first into the Azure governance policy framework, and then that one also can limit a lot of other people who might try to log in from a remote site or a remote country that our system is not known to. Thank you very much for this training. I'm very grateful.
All right, thank you, Mr. Prince, for that question. With your initial question that says that can you configure the
follow up on this question? Hello?
Okay. Yes, hello, I can hear you.
Yeah. So I follow up on the same question he asked. I would like to know. So when you are doing this blocking, is it using IP or is using geographical location? Because if it's using an IP and I use a VPN, I'm using a VPN to pretend as if I'm still in Nigeria. Meanwhile, I am far away somewhere else. I would like to know, is he using geographical location or is using an IP to do the authentication? Thank you.
All right, so you can use any of them. It can use any of them, whether the IP or whatever, or the location. It's very flexible. Depends on what you want to do. And with regards to Mr. Prince's question, you would have to have Microsoft Intune for you to configure which device that they can use and bring your own device as well. I hope my question has been answered.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm very grateful. Thank you.
Okay, you are welcome. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay. Let's read the chat if we have a new chat. Okay. There are no new chats. I'd like to know if anyone else has a question or clarification that they need, something they want answers to, something they didn't get. Okay, since there are no questions, we'll then proceed into the Azure portal. I believe that most people have been able to have access into the Azure portal now. All right, so Robert asked that does Azure use APIs? And the answer is yes, and it's very much secured. Okay, so since we do not have any questions, I'd like to proceed to the Azure portal itself. I would like to know if everyone has access now before we proceed, or if we should give someone maybe 5 minutes and then we can do that together. All right, since there are no questions and everyone, since we'll then start with the Azure portal demo. So first of all, we would like to know, we spoke about Entra ID. So what is this Entra ID? We can view from our search bar. So hello. Once you have access to your Azure portal, kindly search for Entra ID or Microsoft Entra ID. Okay, I have a question here. Okay, someone says he wants the link to the Azure portal again. So I'm going to send that. All right, Mr. Moses, kindly unmute and speak. Hello, Mr. Moses. Kindly unmute and speak.
Okay, yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to our great consultants. You really delivered a powerful lecture and all of that. Yes, I want to ask this question. I don't know if it's within the context of Azure services, because I know financial solutions and all of that, they are part of the services rendered on the cloud and all of that. There is this case, there is this risk of vulnerability associated with banking sector. You know, customers, you know, in most cases, they fall victim of all these scammers and all of that, using OTP and all of that. And now you were talking about access control and authentication, of which you mentioned OTP and all of that. How are these scammers? What technology are they using to defraud these clients or these customers without the security architecture of the bank to detect all of these things and they provide a lasting solution to it? Thank you. If it's within the context, then thank you. I need an answer. If it's not within, then you correct me so that we'll learn from it.
Before you respond, Elizabeth, Mr. Moses, I don't trust you. I don't trust you. This is your question. I'm looking for the guys. Take note. This question, Mr. Moses, I don't trust you.
Say.
Since we are
So you didn't get
suspect.
You're a suspect
Yeah,
now,
it's suspect, Mr. Moses. But okay, anyways, this is the question, and I'm sure most people are also curious about the answer to such questions. So Elizabeth, if you can give us your expertise, knowledge, and we would like to hear. And everybody, the video of Mr. Moses.
Okay, so
can I try and answer?
Okay. Someone wants
Can I go ahead?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So Moses, let me tell you this. Every system has a back door. If you guys can hear me, every system.
What did you ask that for?
Hello, Mr. Moses. Please go ahead, Mr. Moses.
Okay. Yeah. Good afternoon again. Okay, so my answer to your question is that every system has a back door. And the back door was not meant for evil purposes. Was meant that should in case a large organization has a system administrator who manages all this system, and something happens to that person, and the person is incapacitated, he can't come to work, but life needs to go on. They open a small back door where we are able to come in to reset, or somebody else to take over and continue work. And this is what people also use, that same back door and then re-engineer it and use it for other stuff. That is one. Number two also is that we don't follow systems and policies. Whereas you are supposed to set super user account and the rest, and then it's logged and keep in a safe somewhere else. We do the first and three, and then we leave the rest. So it could be a staff who was working in the company and then has resigned. The proper thing to do is that as soon as the staff hints or sends an email or tells the HR that I want to resign, the first point of call is supposed to go to the system administrator. Quickly disable all his assets before even interview starts. But what happens is that the person can stop work, and in over 1 month or more, we've forgotten to tell the system administrator, and then the person is using the account for ill purposes. So there are loopholes that you yourself generate, but there are loopholes also that the system allows for good purposes, but people use it for evil. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Moses, for your for that insightful information. Also, hackers can create fake websites and fake apps. They can create fake systems, and they can trick you to giving out your logins. Once they obtain your logins, they can create OTPs and then send it to your customers, and then they can have access to or make sure their account is compromised. So with this Azure, a hacker can create a similar thing, right? So maybe what would give them away is the Azure is secured, so HTTPS, but that account that they would create wouldn't have that HTTPS, and they would demand that, oh, maybe your account is about to be closed if you don't fill in your right information. So they'll create that same thing as similar to that bank's app or maybe Azure, and though they can collect your information from there and then send you fake OTPs and all that, and they can try to even steal your money, steal your data, steal anything. So it starts from that side as well. So as Gordon was saying initially, was like, don't click on suspicious link. If you feel that this link is suspicious, call your bank. Did you send me any link? Should I click on this? Are you doing any promotion? Are you doing this? Before you proceed, or else you fall victims to all this social engineering or this phishing attacks. Thank you. Any more questions? I'm coming. So I think I have. Do you new? Okay. Someone, Mr. Wisdom says, after creating the account, it says you are not eligible for an Azure free account. Mr. Wisdom, I'd like to know if maybe you have already signed in into maybe an Azure previously. And Moses also states how to stop cybersecurity attack. Installation of the application like Azure Microsoft, or can we have other quick methods? All right, so which kind of attack are you referring to? Okay, Mr. Wisdom says no. Then I don't really know why you are not eligible for the free account, because I know that if you have a first-time user, you should be able to have access to the free account, which gives you $200 subscription. So I might not really know if you could try using a different email to create the account so that maybe you can have access to the Azure account again. So Moses, I'd like to know what cybersecurity attack you are referring to. And also you stated that installation of the application like Azure Microsoft, or can we have other quick method? Azure Microsoft is not to stop cybersecurity attacks. It's for you to have resources over the internet, but it has security features to prevent unauthorized access. I don't know if I've been able to answer your so it's not like a security-based something. It's something you can access resources like virtual machines, you can access database over the internet. So, but it also has a security feature that would prevent unauthorized access. So, Mr. Moses, if you could please come back again with your question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm having network issues here. My network is not strong. Even the response and all of that you people have been giving, I've not been able to pick one thing out of it. So my network is really poor here. So I don't know. It does not allow me to say anything. Before I know it times me out and then relogged in again and all of that.
Attendance for not done.
Sorry.
I'm having a very poor network.
Oh, I'm so sorry about that. So the class has been recorded on YouTube. So if you are currently experiencing any network challenge, I believe that you can always go back and then listen from scratch. And once you have a good network. All right. So
Okay, all right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, I'm coming.
Account. Wendy. Samsung one, not iPhone.
Okay. In here.
iPhone, iPhone, so we use a power bank.
Please, Mr. Oyedemi says we can't stop cybersecurity attacks. Crimes have moved from the physical space to the cyber world. Attackers continue to improve, and if I can use that word, we can only continue to enhance our security platform. Yes. So, Mr. Oyedemi, you are very right. The attacks keeps increasing. That is why we also always have to make sure that we will put in much security to make sure that we don't fall victim to their cyber attacks. Top Bless, you stated you are having an issue. Can you share with me what the issue is all about? And if you need any, okay, you said I'm having issues with card details.
Sorry,
What is the precise
Elizabeth, sorry.
yes.
Sorry, please, what's the question, please?
Which one?
That Moses asked, Mr. Moses.
Okay. So I didn't quite get what he stated.
Okay, maybe let him ask again, please. Mr. Moses, please ask your question again. Hello, Mr. Moses, are you there?
Yes, sir. I'm here. Good afternoon, sir.
Okay, ask your question again, please.
Okay, yeah. First of all, as in, I said, I don't know if it's within the context of our learning.
Okay.
Because we talked about risk and risk vulnerability and all of that.
Okay.
And then in the course of her lecture, she talked about access control.
Okay.
And the user access. Now, I try to make reference to banking system, which is financial solution, financial services.
Okay.
If on this Azure portal, or as the case may be, if the security architecture deployed to handle some e-commerce services and all of that, if they are aware of this cyber attack, maybe somebody will just send them OTP. You get it. Then they respond to it. At the end of the day, they fall victim. Some money leaves their fund, leaves their account, and all of that. Now, my question is on the financial institution. Is there no way they can actually mitigate? Is there no way they can protect their customers, their clients, I mean, from falling this victim, because they have the foreknowledge of this particular issue? Somebody somewhere will just send you OTP with your phone number and all of that for you to respond. Then the next thing, they have access to your bank account. Do you get it? So is that vulnerability I'm trying to get, if it's within the context of this lecture, that is there no security architecture they can actually deploy into the banking services to curtail these issues? That is my question.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. Well, let me answer that from this view. Okay. Number one is that you've already answered the question by saying that there's no enough awareness.
Okay.
Number two is that the banks have put into place a lot of security measures that even you know. Number one, your MFA. Part of your MFA is that whenever you want to log in into your bank accounts, you want to log in into your web portal to be able to make some transfer, there are some things that you need to do. The first one is that you need to put your password, right? After putting your password,
yes, sir,
you can do whatever you want to do. But whenever you want to make any transfer, it asks for your OTP, right? So part of the MFA, I think, which was mentioned in the morning, was your 2FA, that is your OTP. You talk about more MFAs, that is your biometrics, right? Other facial, fingerprints, or use a pattern on your mobile
facial
phone to
recognition.
Yeah. So when it comes to the user end, it's another ball game entirely. When it comes to the infrastructure, which is owned by the bank, they've done what's supposed to be done. Do you understand? But the awareness is not enough
Okay.
to the users to let them understand that when you don't send okay, let's say when you are not using an OTP, right? When you are not the one that sent that OTP, don't disclose it. Are you getting me? So,
Yes.
or probably when somebody
Yes.
calls you
Yes.
and tells you that, okay, what is the last digit of your phone number or something? You don't know where the person is calling for. Why would you have to release this kind of information? So that is where the awareness comes in. So for the users, it is awareness. From the vulnerability aspect, when we're doing the cybersecurity, before we move to the cloud security, I remembered one of the consultants mentioned password. And he said, when do you change your password? How often do you change your password? Did you remember? Some people said 90 days.
Yes. Yes.
Some people
I
said
recall.
2
Yes, I
weeks.
recall. Yes.
So we said it is best you do your what? You change your password 90. Let me ask you, when last did you change your password? I'm asking you, Mr.
Okay,
Moses.
you're asking me.
Yes. When last did you
Okay,
change your
password.
password? Yes. Be sincere.
I change it on weekly basis. Like at the end of this program, now I'll change my password.
I like that. I like that.
And when
I
I'm
like
going for
that.
another meeting, I
Every
want
one
to
of
change
us,
once I'm
every
done with
one
any
of us,
public domain.
yeah, every one of us were a victim of this because we don't take in what even the banks or the frameworks that guides all this security standard says. So at the end of the day, when somebody falls a victim of it, you'll be like, you don't know. So I'll just say what the banks and every organization that runs all these 2FA, MFAs, and everything need to do is to ensure that they keep on increasing the rate of their awareness to their users so that they don't fall victim. You know that somebody cannot just send an OTP to you now and you will fall a victim and you now go to the bank, you say bank collected your money.
No.
Bank will say no. You sent the
No.
they sent the code to you. You are the one that delivered the code to them. It doesn't concern us. So from the user
Yes.
end, I can tell you that from the user end, it's there's need for more awareness. And I think that's one of the reasons why this kind of training is also coming up, so that we don't only train people that are going to either implement or consult for people. We want to train people to have awareness of what security it really is. Do you get what I'm trying to say now? So I think I'm able to answer your question. So from the back end, there's a standard that guides them. They have a lot of standards that guide them. So they are implementing what they're supposed to do. From the user end, I can say you answered the question, which is there's no enough awareness on what to do or guide.
Thank you.
Even now, there's some
Thank you so
applications that
much.
you use
I'm most
now.
grateful.
No problem. There's some applications that you use now. After 3 months, they will ask you to reset your password automatically. Do you get what I'm trying to say now? There are some applications now that when you don't enter the necessary number of password or it doesn't follow the standard of password formulation, which includes alphanumeric characters, it doesn't combine those ones, it will reject it. So those are part of the things that all these organizations, and so I'm very sure some of them are also on the call, they need to make this awareness get to their users often. And it's one of the things that we do. We ensure that all our clients, we don't play with their awareness. I'm very sure Elizabeth knows about that. She knows that one of the things we take when we go to our clients is that we ensure that awareness to their users, to their staffs, is the first thing on their list. So I think you're able to understand. So if you are going to tell anybody, one of the things you need to let them understand is one of the things you've gained from this particular training, even if you are not implementing or even consulting for people, are the little things that you've been told. Then thank you very much. Yeah. So secondly, I want to address people from Nigeria that are having issues with their Azure account. You need a dollar account. If you are setting up your Azure account from Nigeria, you need a dollar account, not a virtual dollar account, a real dollar account. So if you don't have a dollar account, go and get one. It's not expensive. I think it's like $3 or $5 to get one. So go and get one. then you can watch this video. But for those that already have, for those in Ghana, it's very easy for you to use your Ghana card. For those in Kenya, it's very easy for you to use your Kenya card. For those in UK and every other place, it's very easy for you to use your card on Azure. But for those in Nigeria, you'll be having challenges using your Naira card. So go to the bank and get your dollar card. So I think I'm able to answer those two questions. Thank you very much. Elizabeth, over to you.
You're a darling.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ayola. We would like to, I have a question here, right? So okay. Someone says, thank you, sir. Thank you to Top Bless. All right, so those of us that have been able to have access to the Azure platform, I initially stated that we need to search for Entra ID, Microsoft Entra ID. I believe we are all there. Those of us that already have.
Yes.
Thank you. So first of all, we would want to add a user. So once you sign in, you're automatically given the role of an owner, right? So if you want to add a new user into this Azure platform, you come to the Azure platform, click on Entra ID or search for Entra ID, and you'll be taken to this portal. Once you click on this portal, then you click on users. All right. So I believe we are on this platform.
Yes.
All right. So once we get here, then you click on the plus sign here that states new user. So you click on that and see it has create new user and also invite external user. So the difference here is the create new user would create an internal user in your organization, and external here is to collaborate with your organization. So according to your project, however you want to do, you can. So here we will choose create new user, assuming that we are creating a new user into our organization. So here we have something called user principal name. So whoever you want to be added, that person's name. So it can be either admin, can be HR, you can even have someone's name there. And you would have what? Your email, that is the owner's email, as a default email for that user. So assuming here we want to add someone, so we can say maybe admin. So once we click on the admin or we add admin to it, then we can proceed. And wherever we see this red asterisk means that it is required. So you have to add, maybe the admin's name is Richmond. So you add Richmond, then you add the surname to it. Maybe Richmond Sam. After you input that display name, it gives you an auto-generated password. Here you can uncheck or check wherever your preference is. If you uncheck this, you'd have the option to what? Choose your own password. But once you check this out, it gives you an automated what? Password. So here we can view the password and just save it. Save the password, right? Then the next thing is properties. So you can put, Omo, are you still on this or you are the basic one?
Yes, I'm on it.
Okay. So the identity, you can either, since this doesn't have the asterisk, it means that it is not required. You can insert the person's name, so maybe Richmond. Then the last name, Sam. All right. You can skip all this since it's not really needed. And then you can go to assignments. So you can either assign that person to a group or add a role to it. So if maybe you want that person to join the the IT department and there is a group created for the IT, you can add that person to that IT department group. And the role here, what is the role of that person? Is the person an AI administrator? So it talks about what that person can do on the AI, on the Azure platform. Once you are done with that, then you review and create. You check whether everything you have, all the details are correct. Once you do that, then you click on the create. So this creates a new user on the Azure platform. For you to be able to view that, you can refresh your Azure portal.
On the directory rows, what do you click on, please?
Please come again.
On the directory rows, what did you click on?
I'm coming. Please, I'm coming again. Please share with me where you meant you add the issue. I'm coming.
Okay, okay.
Okay, is it this side?
No, I've gone to next assignment.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
then hard rule.
Okay,
Hard
so
rule.
this
Yeah,
is
what do you
optional.
Yeah.
This,
Okay.
yes. If maybe that person you want to assign that person to be the AI administrator or something, you can just add the role to it.
Okay.
Yes, compliance administrator. So it gives you what that person can do on the Azure platform.
All
So
right.
yeah, a cloud device administrator would have limited access to manage device in the Microsoft Entra ID. So you can add roles in here on what they can do.
Okay.
Yes. So that is why we stated that the Entra ID manages the user. You can create, you can manage, you can limit access. Yes. So you can click on next. Coming. You click on next, then review plus create, then you create that new user. So if I refresh my account, you see that these are the users on my Azure Entra ID. All right. So another thing we can do on the Entra ID is to give a role on what that person can do. Initially, in our previous slide, we stated that you can give somebody a role of the owner. You can give someone the role of a contributor. You can give someone the role of a reader. So let us proceed with that. I'd like to know if you are here with me, if you have been able to create the user now.
Yes, I've created the user, but when I refreshed, it's showing me something else.
Okay. What did it?
You see my ship.
Please come again.
When I refreshed, it took me to welcome to Microsoft Azure.
Okay, so what you can do is click on the search bar here and click on enter ID again, and then proceed to all users to see if you can view that their members now.
Okay.
Have you been able to?
It's logging in.
Okay.
So I should now click on, I've opened the default directory again.
Okay. Click on
Then
this.
say it. Click
User.
on what?
Users.
User.
Oh, yes.
Okay. So it's now showing two users for me. First time was one, so I think it's there.
Okay.
Okay, now I'm there. Yeah, I've seen it.
All right, thank you so much. Is anyone also having any challenge that they need clarifications on? All right, I think within the chats there. Someone says I should please take my time. Oh, I'm here for you. So if you have any challenge, kindly share that with me so that I can resolve that with you. Hello, Kelvin. If you could share what you need clarifications on. All right. Since since I haven't really heard from him, we can then proceed, right? So we in our initial slide, we talk about RBAC, that is the role-based access control. We can limit what someone can do on the Azure portal, and we want to really know how we can do that. So first of all, we would have to search for subscription. We can do that through three things. We can do that through the resource groups or subscription. So first of all, someone sent in the chat. Okay. You search for subscription. Well, let us all search for subscription. Are we there yet? Omo, can you confirm if you have been able to search for subscription?
Subscription.
Yes.
So what do you now click on? Is it all? Because I'm seeing so many create Microsoft customer agreement, create enterprise agreement. I'm seeing all sorts.
Okay, can you confirm if you see what you have there is similar to what I have on my own?
I've not been able to get to that place.
Okay, so kindly research on the search bar, click on subscriptions.
That's what I clicked on.
Okay, so it should take you to an interface like this. Are you there?
Subscriptions, enter. Okay, I think it's coming up. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm on the same page now.
All right.
But it's showing status not linked. I don't know why.
It's showing status not linked.
Not linked, yeah.
Oh. I want to see how it looks like so that maybe if I could help there. But can you see your subscription name?
You know, yours is just showing subscriptions. Mine is showing linked subscriptions. I don't know what that means.
Can you take a snapshot of that page?
Yeah, I'll do a screenshot for you now.
Okay. So as she's doing that.
Yep, all this. Want me to do anything?
All right. So please click on enter. Let's see something.
Sorry, please. I think I've gone to somewhere.
All right. Our class will end soon. So whilst she is also proceeding, I would like us to proceed with creating the RBAC. So it's showing that you already have an Azure account.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Yes,
And is the
if I don't
email
have
you is it different because it can be because you have used your email in a different Azure account. That is why you can't link the subscription is not really working. Because yeah. So not for us to waste much time, I would like us to proceed with
Okay, that's fine.
we can proceed with ours so that once you would
I'll figure out what's wrong. Yeah, thank you.
okay, you're welcome. So once we are on the Azure subscription one or whatever your name, your subscription is, you then come to access control. That is the IAM. All right. So once you are on the access control, then you click on role assignment.
This meeting is being recorded.
Azure, we can click any of the people we have here. So if it's Richmond Sam that I want, I just click on his name, then proceed to select. All right, so I have Richmond's highlighted here. Then I go to next. Then I go to review and assign. All right. So here it says that Richmond Sam was added as a reader for Azure. So here, once you open his Azure portal, he wouldn't be able to make any changes. He would just be able to read. I hope that is okay, or someone needs a clarification. All right, I have two chat questions. Okay. All right, so Akadi, Mr. Ayola made us aware that we need the dollar account to be able to proceed with the creation of the Azure account. So if you do have it, then you'll be able to create your Azure account. We would like to take one last thing, that is how to set a password policy before we end this class. So to do that, you first click on the search bar and then proceed to policy. Search for policy. Right, then you click on it. Once you click on it, then you can proceed. If the scope is just on the Azure subscription or maybe a resource group or anything else, then you select. Then, so I want it on this entirety or the Azure portal. Then I come to definitions. All right. So then all the definitions are in here. So it says CIS Azure Foundations, enable Azure Monitor for VMSS, enable audit category group resource. So you can choose any of them, or you can proceed to this side. That is the policy definitions. Then we can state that maybe we want people to be able to log in just a certain region. You click on this 3 dots. Then you click on here. So the definition location is this entirety of the Azure. So the entire Azure. And we have the name. So the name of the policy would then be login from certain location.
For this.
Then you save. So we have been able to create a policy which states login from certain location, and it has been successful. So this brings us to the end of our small demo section. And if anyone has any question or anything they want me to clarify, they can go ahead before we bring the class to a close.
Yeah,
Hello.
please. Hello.
Yes, hello.
Yeah, I need some clarification concerning this policy that you just said now. You said login from certain location. I don't really understand what does that mean from the location we are talking about.
Okay, so policy definition would then, if maybe someone on your network wants to log in maybe you are in Lagos, your company's network is in Lagos, but that person wants to log in Abuja, it would limit it to a certain location. I don't know if you get what I mean.
It means we are talking about the location perspective, that the network does not
Yes.
it's not that far at Abuja. So if they want to access the site, they have to come to Lagos to access the company site.
Please, can you come again? Your network is breaking.
I said, if what you are saying now is, since the location is in Abuja and the the company is in Lagos, and the person is in Abuja, as an example, the person cannot access the company site except he comes to Lagos.
Yes.
Whereby.
Yes.
Okay.
So limiting the control of access to a certain site or a certain location.
Okay, noted.
The question is, the location was not mentioned.
Yes, this is just a sample. It's not really we creating a policy. It's just a sample that I just did. But I'm trying to relay that you can create the policy to limit it to a certain location that states that if this person wants to log in from maybe Abuja, limit the person's access unless maybe that person comes back to Lagos. I don't know if you get where I'm trying to. So this is just an example. We are not really creating a policy. It's just a basic.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Yes. So any more questions before we bring able to assign roles, but if you're a contributor, you can't do that. If you're a reader, you can't do that. So I'd like to know.
Well, since it's my personal account, I'm just thinking, I think I've used this free whatever before. So I'm just thinking, so yeah. So that's what I'm just asking.
Okay.
Is it until I make a proper subscription?
Do the first to use. So after that, you won't be able to do a lot of features again. That's
Before I proceed, I have to
so it will.
This meeting is being recorded.
Missing, or okay, let me add more parameters to it. So non-compliance. So if you log in from somewhere else, this message would pop up, which shows that you are not being compliant. So it says maybe log in from maybe Lagos. Then we haven't done the parameters. So we have the locations here that, so let's some maybe not Europe, right? We chose North Europe. So if you are not in North Europe, you will not be allowed to log in or have access to.
I've tried to log into a lot of websites, some applications, and they will tell you that you are not provisioned for your country. And that particular country is restricted for your company. Do you understand? So this is one of the ways they do the restriction. So what they just need to do is to assign a policy that guides the reach of those that can have access. So that nobody outside that particular region, and it's just going to cut the let me say external people that are not needed to use that particular other sites, other application, or other any of their cloud services. So this is how they assign policies to be able to get that. It's not, you have a lot of policies that you have the password policies, you have the authentication. You know, a lot of policies that you can use. So I'm very sure when you are exploring your Azure, you'll be able to see what is the best policy that you need to put in place for whatever application you're trying to use it for. Thank you, Elizabeth. Proceed.
All right. So thank you, Mr. for that. So here we came. Are we going to give exclusion? No. Policy definition. All right. So we are saying here we will select login from certain location. Then we come to the parameters. We selected the locations as West or North Europe. So if you are outside of Europe, you wouldn't be able to log in. So you come here and then you create. So we have successfully created a policy assignment, which says that you can log in from certain location, but it's limited to just North Europe. So that is it. So everyone under this Azure subscription. I hope I've been able to answer your question. And if you have some more, I'll take that before we bring the class. All right, someone says yes, thanks. You are welcome. So if you have questions, please proceed. If you don't, we'll bring this class to a close.
Ask any question. Don't worry, you can surely
Mr. Yola.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Well done. Thank you very much, Elizabeth. I just want to seek a clarification. We that were unable to create our Azure account due to the fact that we don't have a dollar account yet. So is there a way maybe I have cross that or do maybe
If you are there, I just tag you. I will tag her so you can be able to ask her any question, either privately or you can reach out to either myself or Priscilla. Then we'll get back to you
all
immediately.
right, thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Thank you very
You're
much.
welcome. Okay, thank you very much, Elizabeth, for your time. It's been a very awesome time with you and Godwin this morning. I'm very sure we all enjoyed the session. So in just a few seconds, please let me help us appreciate the two of them, both consultants, Elizabeth and Godwin, in the chat group. Help us tell them thank you. Thank you. Please let's do that quickly. Let's say thank you to them. It's nice to have them on the call, all the way from Ghana. They sacrificed their time today, and my Ghana people, you are not left out. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. So before we go, I just have just one more announcement before, and that is during the course of the weeks, we are going to be having a graduation for everyone. Yes, by this on 26th of this month, going to be virtual. Yes, we're going to be virtual. So we're going to be having PC. So the management team are going to be those that sponsor this day. So one of the things that we're going to be doing that everyone to do more so that everybody that could not join because of G that we had today, because I'm very sure a lot of people were frustrated because of the teams and they couldn't join, and they just decided to leave. Talk more about it in the group, but between now and maybe Wednesday, by God's grace, I'm going to create a link whereby all the materials that we've used from the first day till date, we can be able to download it from that particular link. So those of you that are having issues with email and other things, we're going to make it available for you. Maybe between now and the Wednesday, I have somebody to do it. So I'll just send the link and I'm going to or probably let me do that now. Please check the chat room and on YouTube link. Let me send the link now. Okay, a lot of people have left. I'm seeing. Okay, don't worry. I will make sure I send it to the group, but I just want to make sure that it's being popped. Or probably we'll send it next week Saturday. Let's do it like that. I'll send it in next week Saturday. I'll send the link Saturday. So all the materials from the first day to current days will be downloaded and you can watch them for free. You can check our YouTube channel to Panoramic Synergy Enterprise. Panoramic Enterprise. If you check it, you'll be able to get all videos from second class to this current class to this class. To let me say, we don't have anybody in mind, but we're just looking at those that are consistent and those that have been WhatsApp group. So that's the person, those are the people that we are thinking we should nominate. So we're going to do that. So during the course of it, please let us all vote so that we can have somebody that can emerge as well an admitted cohort. So thank you very much, everyone. It's been a nice time, and I want to assure you that we're always there. Anytime you have anything, just reach out to us, and we're going to attend to you. Hope it has been a great day already. Everyone, thank you. Ibrahim, thank you. Omo, thank you. Boladale, thank you.
Thank you.
Grace, thank you. Top bless, thank you. Slimon, thank you. Elizabeth, thank you. Donald, thank you. Okilala, thank you. Bolada, okay. Big Tunes, thank you. Roberta, thank you. Drisu Moses, thank you. Street, Grace, Kevin, Lady Tam. Okay, who again is here? Kadi Dupe, thank you. Idris, thank you. Aka, thank you. Everyone, thank you very much, everyone. All feel the attendance. Have a great all feel the attendance. Have a great week ahead. God you and bless you now. And thank you much to my Priscilla. We do. And thank you to the person that's of the bride and to the consultant. Oh, bye. Weekend. See you soon.